serve, God just showed me the benefits of that, and I gained so much social capital, connectivity. People say I know a lot of people. It's because I serve a lot of people, and every person that came last night, it was a different journey of my servanthood, and so I'm grateful to have a organization that helps other people serve, and serve with not just hands and feet, but also with their faith as well. And so our fundraiser last night was about saving lives holistically, as you see on that screen. And so our goal was to share the programs that are saving lives holistically, that are meeting practical and spiritual needs. So we have a magazine. Our goal is to raise funds to produce, not just produce, we already produced the magazine, but to distribute the magazine to at least over 100 churches and youth centers and community spaces and places that need hope. Those include shelters and so forth. And so in the magazine, you'll see on the back cover is a list of churches in different parts of town. We share that at the Blessed Fest for the past 7 years on that list. And so we've updated the list every year, but also we have a website now that has a directory of local churches as well, over 160 churches. And so thank you all to the churches who are a part of that website. But if you want to add your church, it's no cost. And we want to, again, share your programs and resources to the community so they'll have access and quality access to the program that you have. So I apologize. I see that program is not from this year. I mean, so I see in the photo there's something that says program. That is not from this year. I mean, this is from, it was from this year. It's not from this event. So let me apologize. Some photos had old materials in those. So just to be clear, if you want to access the program agenda, you'll have to use the Eventbrite website where we have the list of the schedule on that page. And that access, or the URL is gala.missionsfilled.org. And if you need to access that, you can also go to missionsfilled.org. Pretty much anything that has a QR code might get you to that website. So I apologize again for that confusion. So when we do start, I'm gonna just give you an overview of the day. So matter of fact, we'll go over it right now since I'm here. So today we're gonna have training, and this is actually, I'm gonna just briefly do an overview of the training. The next thing we're gonna have 6 workshops that will be done. There'll be 5 workshops. We lost somebody, unfortunately, so that's as of last week, that's a new update, but there'll be 5 workshops where we'll be talking about different topics. Again, those topics are all about building your capacity for funding. Missions Funded is our nonprofit. It's a 501(c), and our goal is to help fund missions in the community. And so after our workshops, we'll have a warm lunch that includes a sponsorship from Chick-fil-A. So just so you guys know, it's mac and cheese and chicken. But there's also soups coming from our caterer. First Bite Catering is the name of the caterer. He has 2 different soups, a vegetable and a meat soup. Next, after that, we'll have a special panel of funders who will speak about collaborative impact. That includes Tony Glasgow from the LCC, since she's here. That includes, hey, it's Tony. That includes Kelly Ellsworth, who's from LAFQ, and then also Michelle Strauss from United Way. So, and they each have different opportunities that you can help get some access to funding for your projects and programs. And then after that, we have a special session with our, last night was our keynote, but this day, she is our speaker for kind of bringing it all together. Her name is Lisa Fisher, and she's a leadership business coach. She also, I don't know if they said this last night. Lisa, raise your hand so that people know who you are. But she also runs she started a Christian business networking meeting that happens twice a month, once a month, 2 locations. Okay, so I got it. All right. And so a lot of business owners are there, and it's just a beautiful time to connect. And since she's a coach, it's not just a networking session. It's actually also it helps me personally just move forward with different questions she asks as a coach. So you'll get a taste of her peer coaching that she'll share later on in the event. And then we're going to talk about the $1,000 grant application at the end. So in your folders, there's a worksheet. There should be a worksheet. Let me know if you don't have a worksheet. And Cassandra will help you as well. And the worksheet will help you apply for the grant. It's a $1,000 seed. We do a $1,000 grant every year. This year, we decided to put it into a form of a conference, and we also are adding a new twist where we're including that you have to be either a member of a church or connected to a church in some way, or if you have a pastor referral, that's another option. So there's like, for example, if you have a nonprofit like Casa for Kids over here, you'll hear from them in a second. Um, they are example. They won our first year award, so thank you for Casa. And yes, and so, but for example, for Casa, they're a nonprofit, and if they would like to go after this $1,000 grant again this year, they will have to have a church referral to be ordered to be qualified. And so the value of that is the collaborative efforts where they're meeting a practical and a spiritual need by the partnership that they have. So I want to talk more about your other life, but you are a pastor's kid. So that's just cool. I get to meet a lot of nonprofit leaders. And they tell me their stories of their faith, and I always get excited to hear their stories. But they just have the heart to do that. And so I know I just exposed you. But because we were talking about you, are you ready to speak about CASA? All right, so CASA is one of our sponsors. So please give it up for Rachel Swedberg.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. We're just so thrilled to jump in with Adam and Missions Filled this year and be a year-long sponsor because we really believe in community and we believe in building relationships. That's really the heart of what we do at CASA. And a lot of you maybe met Katie last night. I'm sure she said something similar, although I did not prepare her to speak. I am prepared to speak, don't worry. I do. I promise. But really, when we talk about our work and when we talk about the relationship building, and we are aware of the needs in our community that are continuing to grow as families do not have access to critical things that we need to all survive. And the impacts of that on the child welfare and foster care system is that we're seeing more and more kids in that system that really shouldn't be there in the first place. We know this. We know the system has a lot of systemic issues, and we know that we need to do a better job supporting and connecting with our families. And so for us, that's where that relational piece starts. It's showing up in the community. It's getting to know our community members and our congregations so that we can hopefully help prevent children entering the system in the first place. But when children do enter the system, we are assigned to them to advocate for them for their entire case. So that means when they have caseworkers turn over 5, 6, 7 caseworkers potentially on their case, multiple judges, multiple attorneys, multiple service providers, we're the one person that works with them the entire time they're in care, and that person's a volunteer. So there's no payment vested interest. They're doing it because they believe in that child, they believe in that family, and they want to make sure that they have the opportunity to thrive. And so one big aspect of that too is representation. Our kids deserve representation, whether it's their beliefs or what they look like or what they like to eat. Or one of my favorite cases, we had a youth that had type 1 diabetes, and he and his mom were really struggling to manage it. And they wanted to take him out of the home because of it. We assigned a medical student to it. And that medical student helped mom build bridges within a system that wasn't super kind to her. And he was able to stay in the home. Now, 4 years later, he's lived with mom the entire time. They chose to keep their case open because they wanted to keep working with us. And he's graduated high school as the first person in his family to graduate high school. But we can't do that work without volunteers. We can't do that work without our communities. So that's why we will continue to show up and support others doing critical work in our community so that we can hopefully continue to make a difference for the families and kids that we serve. So I'll be here all day. If you have questions, I'm happy to chat. But thank you, Adam, for the mic. I'm always happy to speak.
All right, thank you, Casa and Rachel. So how many people are members of MissionFilled.org and profiles on MissionFilled.org? Raise your hand. All right, so those who are not raising their hands, you guys should feel lonely, but it's okay. Every month we have a monthly network meeting, which teaches you how to become a member, and it's no cost to become just a member, where you're able to set up your profile. It takes like 3 steps. So I'm going to talk about those steps right now. The first step, if you go to MissionFilled.org, let me see if I can share the screen properly. So go to MissionFilled.org, We're walking through it together. Pull your phone out. I'm looking at you. Um, and once you go there, let me see if I can sign out. You'll be actually able to set up a profile by logging in through either Facebook, Gmail. I think you can use Apple as well. But when you get there, let me go. Sorry. Let me see. Where is? I gotta go into incognito. I want to say incognito. So when you get there, you'll be able to sign in. But when you sign in, we want you to also add your profile information into there, which would include um, your About Me section, which could be something like, I'm going to show you an example. I have other slides on my other PowerPoint, so I'm like, I don't want to have to go there and then take more time. But so once you go here, you can click to, so that's for the event. So go here. Nope, that's not it either. This is actually good for me because I need to know how the experience is. So go to Explore, and then you'll be able to see all the things we have in store for you. So once you go inside, it's not letting me go into the login screen unless sorry, it's in the corner. I can see it's a light blocking it, sorry. So join is where you'll go, and then you'll sign in, and you can or log in or create an account by Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, or Apple, or you can use your email. So once you do that, you'll be able to access this database, and then you'll also be able to create a profile. I'm going to pull up the first profile I see. That is not mine. And let's see, Cassandra's. So her profile includes her About Me section, which she's able to, I'm curious about her profile, but this is an example where you put all your information about what you are doing in the community so people can contact you and follow up with you. I'm laughing because I'm like, what is this? I think she was trying to write like a journal. But anyway, so don't do that, but actually include stuff about your profile, about your business or your organization or your cause or what you're looking for, and then your location as well. And so you can also add your LinkedIn and Facebook profile links. I think you can have up to 4 links. And then once you do that, you can also access resources such as we have the best way to get there is actually go into the search bar in the corner right here, but you'll be able to access stuff like grants. I'm going to click on Explore. And then you'll be able to access stuff like grants. So grants will be in the funding section, and you'll see under the resource sections, there's a list of all these grants that are posted. Today we're gonna actually talk about this one grant that we're gonna talk about later on, but just so you know, this is where the details of the RFP is, as well as the application that you guys have in your folders. So that's all for now. If you have any more questions, you can either talk to myself or Cassandra afterwards, or through our break or lunchtime. So first up, we have, so you'll realize that each person that we have that's coming up is also a board member. And I was honored to be able to recognize their skill sets in each way. So each thing they're talking about, they actually do this professionally, whether it's grant writing, workshops. So those who don't know, we lost a board member as of last week, and it's hard for me because I worked with him in multiple sectors and spaces. He was also my contractor, friend, and so every once in a while I'll probably mention him because I'm a creature of habit, so I'll be mentioning him by unknowingly. And so, but he was one who was going to talk about funding options, but we do have a panel that's going to talk about that as well. So thank God, that it's bittersweet, but we do have a funding panel, which includes 4 different funders. The fourth one is actually the facilitator. This is Rita Lamaro. So we will still talk about grants and funding, but it will be different than what we had planned. So thank you for your grace for that. So first up, we're going to have, you ready? All right. We're going to have our board member and a longtime friend, colleague. We worked in multiple spaces together. And she has a heart for health and for grants and for research. So she's going to talk to you about research. And as she comes up, I also just to share, Lisa Fisher, she'll be coming in between each session to kind of close this, or kind of, can you explain a little more about what you'll be doing? Yes, thank you for that. And then you'll hear from her at the end to bring it all together. And also with the worksheets, we're not like walking you through the worksheet. We're just encourage you to fill it out as we present the topic. So and I explained it like, so we're at Great Lakes Christian College. This is also where I attend school for grad school for theology. But I explained it as if it's a grade school versus a college experience. We're not walking you through each answer. Where I expect you to pull the information from the topic and then be able to fill it out yourselves. But if you have questions, you can still ask one of us afterwards, and we'll help you get to your goal. We also have a meeting. The deadline for this grant, I'm briefly saying, it's going to be our next monthly meeting on November 24th, and the deadline is November 25th. So we'll talk more. We'll have like one more. I'll call it a live session to answer any more questions about the grant. So just want to make sure Michelle's set, so give me 1 second as I do that. All right. Sorry, we're going to open in prayer first. Thank you. Um, sure. Dr. Chase, Pastor Chase, we're going to have you open in prayer if you don't mind.
All right, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thanksgiving for the gift of this day, for waking us up this morning, getting us in a car, and bringing it to its place safely, watching over our families, giving us wisdom and direction. So, Father, as we move forward in this seminar today, we would ask that you would open our minds and our ears, that we can receive that which you want us to know, that what we've learned and what we will learn, we will be able to go out into this community and help those through God. And we will continue to praise you, give you honor and glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming today. Adam's asked me to kick this off and give you some kind of a quick overview and some ideas to think through for researching projects or grants that you might be interested in. So I'm Michelle Twitchell. I have worked in state government and public health specifically for about 35 years, and now I'm at MSU. So lots of things that I have done, programs I've built, obviously been based on data, looking at the needs of communities and researching things. So that's the lens I'm coming through at that level. So just wanted to give a quick overview on that. So I'm going to talk a bit about how faith-based groups and ministries are really positioned well in the community to address needs. I think we all know that. We're all in that sphere, so we see the value added to our communities and the important piece that we hold in that. So in my presentations, I'm going to quick touch on these areas: identifying problems and gaps, understanding who is most effective in our communities by those gaps, mapping existing organizations and systems that might already be addressing some of those needs and how we can work within those systems, and then defining the core need that our project we develop will solve in those communities. So in my presentation, I'm going to focus on Lansing and Ingham County specifically, and some of those areas. However, this would be pertinent anywhere. Just getting you starting to think about some of those things. So obviously there's tons and tons of data available everywhere. We all know we're overwhelmed with data these days. So obviously when God's putting it on your heart to really address an issue that you identify, the first thing we as Christians want to do is pray about it. Lord, what are you telling me? What are you showing me? I know with me, I usually get really angry or upset about something, and then I'd be like, Lord, what are you telling me to do about this? So tapping into that, the Holy Spirit to show you and open your eyes to certain things, and kind of what your role is and where you're positioned to be able to address those. So obviously, pray. We all know that is our number one priority. And then looking into the data sources. So I've just listed some of the bigger data sources in the state. Obviously, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services has a lot of data available. Reports, public health data dashboards, so you can really drill down to your community. Some of the data available is school specific, so you can look at your actual school. If you're looking at risk factors or anything in adolescence. So there's lots and lots of data available for that. So I just wanted to pull some specific data that I thought was really interesting and kind of undergirded everything that we may be looking at. Ingham County and Lansing data. So according to the census, almost 16% of Ingham County residents live below the poverty line. So that's big. So when you're thinking just Ingham County, 16% of the families there are in poverty. Drilling down to Lansing, that's 18% of residents in Lansing are living in poverty. And what that plays out is 1 in 5 families in Ingham County are living in poverty. So as we sit in church or we sit in different avenues, different places, looking around and seeing that 1 out of the 5 people around us are potentially living in poverty. So kind of having that in the back of your head to kind of put a lens on it to say, wow, this really is an issue going on. It's not just a number. It's not just data somewhere. It's actually the people sitting around me every single day. So I think that's important to look at it that way. So again, and that feeds into this one, who is most effective and how do we know? So looking at that data, considering 1 out of 5 families are in poverty, what does that look like around me? So less than around 18% in poverty are female-headed households. So young families led by a female are a lot of the poverty families that we're experiencing and need support. So if you're looking at helping meet the needs of those families, it could be diaper banks, like any of those things that these families could be needing. So looking at that, personalizing it so you're actually connecting with that as you begin to build and identify how you're going to address that need. And then, of course, the next step would be looking at other organizations in the community and systems that are already working on those needs. So not wanting to duplicate activities or things that are already happening in your community, but how can you step in and meet those needs and address some of the gaps in services. So these are, again, some examples of different grants available, different funding sources, different projects that are being funded in Ingham County, groups that are working on that, local nonprofits. The example that I wanted to use with this would be, in the news, we're hearing all about access to food and issues with SNAP benefits and how families aren't going to be potentially accessing food and eating. That's something that churches really, really do well with and have done that for a long time. So if it's put on my heart to look at that and say, how can I step up and address a gap in that, it would be looking at what's already happening. So the Healthy Capital Counties website has an amazing plethora of data around that, drilled down to county levels. So it's a community health needs assessment that's done every single year in Ingham, Eaton, and Clinton County, looking at access to food, all of the social determinants of health. So access to food, smoking, drinking, all the substance abuse issues, mental health issues, all of that is on this website, comparing against each county and then also against the state. So you can, if you have a heart for access to food, you can look at that and see where your county lies on that. And then there's an awesome map on there where you can look at it and see resources in your county where people can go to get food. So there's an interactive map. When I looked at it last time, there's probably 60 areas just within the Tri-County area that provide food. So majority of them were food banks at churches, drive-throughs. But then for me, my church offers a drive-through food drop. So you can drive up, get food put right in your car. However, if I'm looking at access to food and looking at the data, I need to ask myself the question, is that really giving access to people that need the access to the food? So what about the people that don't have transportation to drive through it? What about the people that are the working families that can't take time off on the weekends to drive through and get the food? Elderly that don't have access to food. So thinking outside of the box to address maybe that gap for my church, and how can I get that food to the people that can't get there to pick it up? Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And it takes one person. It could just be me going to my pastor and saying, you know, I would love to be able to take some food and go and do drop-offs and do that type of thing. So perfect. Absolutely. So I think stepping into that, if that's a gap I see through data that shows in my community there's a lot of elderly that need access to food and can't get out, then I can, you know, recruit friends or other people in church to kind of do that. So great example. But I think looking at the data is the key to that, because, you know, we might say as the church, oh, we're meeting the need, we're providing this opportunity, they can come if they want it, but we know according to the data a lot of people can't access that. So thinking outside the box on that I think is really important. And then also, again, you don't always need grant funding. You don't always need funding to do that. You just need someone willing to step up and say, I can get some friends together and we can deliver this food to people. So I think as you're thinking of things and trying to formulate how you can meet those needs and address some of those barriers, I want to encourage you to obviously, first of all, pray. Like I said, that's very important, number one. And then look around you to see kind of what's going on and identify some ways that you can step in, kind of what your heart is, what your passion is. And then come up with a clear summary of what that would look like. So what is on your heart? This mission statement, vision statement, whatever you want to call it, like this is this is my goal and what I'm looking to do with my project. So identifying the problem, the solution we have developed to address it for whatever population that would be, and then what your desired outcome would be. So kind of thinking through that process when you're doing your research and looking into those different things, I think is really important, because then you have something you can really grab a hold of and share with people. So using that as your statement, if you do need to apply for funding or go to, your pastor to say, I really want you to support me with this. I want to create this new ministry or this outreach. But being able to really communicate that well and keep that at the forefront for everything that you do. And as you go and get other partners on board, really having that strong focus, and then you can measure when you achieve it. So I think that's a key to that. So again, I just listed out some data resources, research tools. We have, obviously in Ingham County, we're really blessed with having the health department that is really on the forefront of addressing social determinants of health. So lots and lots of projects and really innovative things going on in this community, I think that we can tap into and learn a lot from. So I want to encourage you to go to both the state health department and the Ingham County Health Department to kind of see what's going on and how you can tap into that. Looking at that data, U of M has a lot of great statistics on their website as well, and obviously MSU does too. So it's finding the people looking, once you figure out kind of what you're looking for, really digging in deep into that. So, and I can't say enough about the Healthy Capital Counties Community Health Assessment. That website is phenomenal, tons of good data, and it will really get you thinking, and I think really show you what your community looks like and help you to just have more of a focus and more passion on what's going on in your community. And what I really like about it too is that it has, like I said, the different county data. So comparing why is this working really well in Eaton County, but not in Ingham County. So what can I learn from what's going on in Ingham County to address smoking or different for the capital area? I don't have that written down. I can get it to you though. Oh, healthy counties. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, that's okay. I wanted to pull it up and I didn't have time to pull it up on here, so. But lots of really good data, and like I said, they have interactive maps on there so you can look at your community. So there's a affordable housing map, access to food, all of that. There's tons of really, really good data on that you can really, I really geek out on it because it just gets me thinking and excited and really learning from what other communities are doing that have been successful, I think is really important. So not wanting to duplicate services, but how can I look at what they're doing at in this community and duplicate some of it or bring some of it to my own community. They do a community health needs assessment every 3 years for each of those counties, so that's updated where you can compare it over the years to see what's working and what's improved and what's actually going on. So that is a really important resource. So, sorry, I've really gone over this quickly, but so in closing, again, number one, pray about what God wants to use you with and what help you kind of navigate that and open your eyes to where you fit in, where you God needs you to be to help meet some of these needs. And then reflection questions. So what community needs stand out in your area? So as I said, looking at the data, keeping in mind that 1 out of the 5 people around you might be living in poverty and have issues that you don't know because they don't always look the way you think they're going to look. But I think really looking at that and keeping that kind of at the forefront when you're doing things, that there's an opportunity here for me that I can be meeting. Who can you partner with to share or collect data? I think that's another really key piece. What's already happening? Are there other churches that are already doing something similar that we can join together and do things? So if it's, like I use the example of my church doing the drive-out food delivery. Are there other churches? Is there the Greater Lansing Food Bank does a great job with this, where they're doing, putting together kits for kids to take home for the weekend, so they have food over the weekend. They deliver food to people. So how can I tap into that resource? how can I learn from them to bring it back to my church to be able to do something similar? So really looking into that. So not recreating things that are already happening, but learning from that to bring it to your own church or your own neighborhood or community. So I want to think about that. The next one would be, what's one small step this month that you can do to start pulling that together? So it could be as simple as going on the website and looking at the data, seeing what's already going on, talking to your pastor about your passion and asking him to pray with you about it and how you can help meet that need. So I just want to encourage you to kind of think about that to help formulate your plan to move to the next step with those things. So that's it. That's it. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for all that amazing information. Adam's going to go ahead and get the next speaker set up. But how many of you were a little bit shocked by that 1 in 5 number? 1 in 5. That's in this room. 1 in 5 living in poverty. When we hear 18% of all the population in Lansing, it doesn't sound like it's that huge. But when we can break it down like that, and I was in Grand Ledge last week, and it was 1 in 7 in Grand Ledge community that lives in the poverty level. But what stood out to you? What did Michelle say that stood out to you that you'd be willing to take action on in the next week? Who's got something they'd like to share? What stood out? Yes, sir.
Well, I've also worked with Michelle, and there was a young lady in our ministry that started a health ministry because of her cancer diagnosis and her, the Lord healing her of cancer. And so we have our health ministry meeting at 3 o'clock today. And so I'm going to ask her how serious is she about doing this, because as you shared, there's a whole lot of gaps in places where people can actually contribute. And of course, as her pastor, I'm going to support it, but it'll only go as far as she wants it to go. And so mobilizing our membership to go, that's kind of my assignment. And so that's what I took from what she said.
Very good. Thank you so much for sharing. It is that go, right? We're going to take lots of notes. We're going to get a lot of information, but it's about the go. Put something into place. I love how she said pick one thing that you're willing to do, and it doesn't have to become a career to do one thing. It is just something small that you can do to put some stuff in action. And as we talked last night, a lot of it is collaboration. How many of you are churches? And if you are a pastor of a church, do you have a nonprofit status also with your church in addition to? Absolutely. So that's one of the things that I've learned is that some churches already have a nonprofit wing, but how do we still partner with other people in the community, other churches, to be able to provide those services? So connect with your partners. You ready, gentlemen? I'll let Adam introduce the next speaker. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Michelle. That was wonderful. The reason why I love this is because when I started my nonprofit, I started with research because I saw a lot of people just doing things out of their own passion. But when it comes to actually meeting a need that's measurable, you got to know the research. And so some of those resources are also posted on our website. If you go down the panel, go to research, you'll see all the different resources. My screen has a little bit more because I'm an editor, but you'll see resources and discussion/resources will be where you'll find that. Or you can just type in the chat, type in the search, just type in research, you'll find all the information. And I'm also grateful I was on some of those research space like collectives. We collected data with the county, Ingham County, regarding some of the things that she mentioned. So I'm honored to be on both sides of the spectrum of helping impact the data as well as helping collect the data. Also in your magazine, you'll see the research we do with MSU regarding church impact as well. So side note. All right, next we have Dr. Carter. He's also a mentor of mine as well as a board member here and our treasurer as well. He is, I've known you pretty much most of my life since I was 12. You probably know me before I knew you. And so I want to just honor him by sharing his wealth of wisdom. He also was a MSU business professor. He'll explain a little more about himself. He also was part of the National Business Network. Okay, yes. And so, again, he's a longtime friend. He helped me start my first nonprofit, which was around impacting youth and doing a teen talk show network. So Again, without further ado, I'm gonna let you guys get a taste of Dr. Carter. And also, somebody asked this question, so I'm gonna answer that too. So you will actually be able to access this information after the event. That's what your ticket also paid for, is access to this content. And so it's being recorded by our media guy, Reggie Dodd from the Bread House Church, and he will have it up shortly after the event is done. We'll make sure you get that via email. And so let me just make sure this plays. Sorry. Oh, here it is. Okay. There it is. All right. Here you go.
Okay, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Great, great. I started off with a great morning until I left my house about 10 after 8 to try to get here. I live off of Waverly, and 3 trains went across. So I got here about 8:45, so you can, that kind of ruined my morning. But when I see you bright faces, I'm turning it back around here. Real quickly, I got to keep my eye on Adam because I want to make sure I stay within my 25 minutes here. Again, Forrest Card, I'm a retired professor from the business school, Michigan State University. I taught marketing, and my last 10 years there, I was the faculty director of the Burgess Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. We started it, would have been about 15 years ago, and from scratch. We didn't have an entrepreneurship program, and I just saw the scores today. As of yesterday, we were ranked number 8 in the country. So proud of that. I'm currently, after my retirement years, my wife had a come to Jesus meeting with me and said, you're going to have to get out of the house. So at least part-time. So I'm currently the director of the National Buyer Supplier Program. Used to be the National Black Supplier Development Program, but current administration kind of ruled that name that name kind of out of our title. Real quickly, as you look at suppliers in general, but particularly as you look at black suppliers, there's a distinction between being a supplier, selling a company X, Y, or Z, and being what we call a tier 1, tier 2 supplier. Tier 1 or tier 2 means that you look at major corporations. If I sell directly to Ford, I'm a tier 1. If I sell to a company that sells directly to Ford, I'm a tier 2, and it goes all the way down. So when you become a tier 1 or tier 2, there are a plethora of things that are involved in getting that business that has nothing to do with your product or your price. They kind of take that for granted. But again, your exposure to your computer system, because if they give you access to their system, then you're a back door, if you will. So I don't want to go into all that detail, but in other words, we have a program that takes successful businesses and prepares them to be a tier 1, tier 2 supplier. We're 4 years in, and over our 4 years, we've been able to generate over $350 million worth of new contracts to minority suppliers. So that's where my budgeting perspective comes from, if you will, that I want to share with you today. I want to talk a little bit and recognize the difficulty that you guys engage in terms of the budgeting process. I'm not really going to be very effective in terms of working through your worksheets this morning because we just don't have time. And I really have to teach you guys how to budget. I'm totally appreciative of the job that's required of nonprofits in terms of budgeting. I think this pretty much sums up the essence of what you have to do, right? You're expected to squeeze $1 out of a dime and wound up with $10 worth of resources and supplies, all right? So mission impossible. So we're going to start there, all right? So that's the expectation of your budgeting process. Uh, I'm not going to try to look at teaching you how to budget, but I want to share with you. This is kind of a commercial. Adam's vision is for us to kind of put together a virtual kind of educational system. And so my portion of that will actually then take you through and teach you how to apply the budgeting process I want to share with you this morning. So we know budget is your dashboard. Okay, so you're kind of flying the plane of your organization. The primary dashboard that you're operating from in terms of guiding that organization is certainly your budget. I want you to think about, though, okay, that process. So again, I'm not going to say anything because this isn't working. Okay. There we go. So if anyone has ever been taken, okay, I shouldn't say that, at a carnival at a carnival game, then you know in a sense that getting this to work, to win the Cupid doll or whatever, quite honestly, it's not about the pressure. It's not about how strong you are, but it's really about the process, okay? And that's what I want to try to communicate. The kind of the one thing I want you to take away from there is to think about the budgeting process. And this isn't working, Adam. So I'll stay here. Okay. Small, and this is going to be tough because I'm a pacer. Small nonprofits, or nonprofits in general, your budgeting process, I'm going to call it the traditional budgeting process. So you look at all your buckets, you realize what you need to do, you look at your historical financial statements, and you come up with a budget in terms of how much you need to put in each one of your buckets to be able to operate your company. Okay. Now, the consequence of this, that general approach gives you a framework. So this is what you can do, this is what you can't do, okay? Which creates pressures because you always want to do what it is your budget tells you you can't do, all right? So I want to try to suggest a different process that still gives you those constraints, but in addition to the pressures, also give you pathways, gives you some insights as to how you can, in fact, hopefully achieve those things that you really do want to achieve. Okay. And so this is referred to as cost accounting. Anybody kind of familiar with cost accounting as opposed to managerial accounting? Okay, so I'm going to presume that most of you are engaged in what we call the traditional managerial accounting. Okay, we're in a manufacturing city, so most of us have some sense, though, kind of a cost accounting. Our plants are pretty much run on a cost accounting basis, and I'm suggesting, and I do this with my small business suppliers as well. You can't forego the traditional managerial accounting because that's what banks and everybody else is asking you for. But in terms of your operations, to operate much more on a cost accounting basis. And cost accounting provides what we call a systematic way to reformulate your financial statements based on what we call functional accounts as opposed to transactional accounts. Okay, so a transactional account is your checkbook. What did you spend the money on? All All right, so when you look at your check register, that's essentially what your books look like, okay? Rent, utilities, supplies. So those were all the transactions that you engaged in terms of your operation. What you do are your functions. You administrate, okay? You distribute food, okay? You promote, you fundraise. Those are the activities, those are the functions you engage in. So we want to create a reporting system based on my activities, okay, and not so much on the transactions. So the benefits of this is that it's prescriptive, okay, and I'm going to try to give you an example of where your financial reports, in addition to telling you what you got and what you don't have, also give you some prescriptions, all right? This is maybe some things you should think about doing. It's going to give you some insights for what those things might be, okay? An important thing is going to identify the cost drivers. What really is driving cost in your operation? What's really driving effectiveness or efficiency in your operation? And finally, okay, your budget becomes more data-driven and impactful. Real quickly, as you look at your worksheet, and which looks as kind of a simplistic, but basically looks like a budget that you fill out for any of the grants, any of the things that you're trying to obtain money for. Again, it simply identifies for a grantor, for someone that's actually going to provide you with those funds. It tells them where you're putting the money. It tells them what buckets you're putting money in and how much you need, okay? A cost accounting framework tells them what they get for their dollar, okay? And that's much more impactful in terms of their decision making, okay? So for a dollar, so again, I see that I need X number of dollars put in gas for the vans to deliver the food, okay? If I look at distribution as a function, a dollar put in this organization for distribution, okay, helps move towards Ingham County being 1 in 5 going hungry to 1 in 6 or 1 in 7. So it gets impact. What am I getting for that dollar? Okay, I have an example of a organization. It's called Home Bank. And real quickly, when we think about addressing the needs of the poor, we typically are dealing with food, housing, okay, and in some cases transportation, but mainly food, housing, and clothing. Okay. Now, if we look at everything else in the household, that's what this organization deals with, from Tupperware to toothbrush. Okay, so all the other needs of the household, over and beyond. This was the gap, going back to Michelle, this was the gap that they identified. Okay, so it's never enough, but there are many organizations dealing with the food, with housing, and with clothing. So they were trying to deal with the rest of the cabinet to a certain extent. And this looks like, hopefully there's not too much glare, this looks like a very simplistic overview of their budget and their actual. So budget versus actual for a given year. Now, real quick, I've given you very limited information, but just glancing at this document, they're doing good, doing bad. If you think they're doing good, why? If you think they're doing bad, why? What's your initial reaction? Can you see it? I don't. It's too low? Okay. Not enough? Where's it too low at? Oh, the budget is too low in a sense. In some cases, they outperform the budget, which is good in a sense. And in some instances, I guess salaries, some things went up, so maybe salaries went up, but we may be comfortable with that because inflow went up. Okay. Any other general thoughts? What would you do And I'm trying to make a point. Any things you think you might do more of for this organization to be even better next year? Raise more funds, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, expanding partnerships, if you will. Okay, so I'm gonna take you through quickly, all right, and I don't know what the glare looks like from back there, but this is the transfer process to go from that traditional uh, reporting format to a cost accounting, to functional. So at the top are the functions for this organization. They administrate, they engage the community. They, again, they bring in money, and then people either donate stuff or they buy stuff. And so when it looks at cost of gift items, so all the other things you think in that household, somebody either gave it to this organization and they in turn turned it over. But like the Goodwill, stuff has to be cleaned up, has to be packaged, has to be transported. Or again, if they buy it new, then it's already in a package. They just have to transport it. So that's what storage and assembly has to do. And then they got to promote. They got to fundraise. So looking at all of the transactional accounts, and again, the virtual series will show you how to do that, how you actually make these decisions. But I spread those across the functions. So at the bottom down here, I wind up with the total expense to administrate this organization, the total expense to engage the community for this organization, the total expense related to promoting and fundraising for this organization. And real quickly, then I identify cost drivers. A cost driver is a single act that has the greatest impact on that functional activity. So if I look at a building, okay, the expense of running this building, what's the single thing that impacts all of the costs, from rent to lighting to utilities? What single thing can I do or not do to impact that cost? And real quickly, for the sake of time, it's occupancy. Okay, the more times this building is open and the more people that are in here, all of those costs are affected in some way or another. So occupancy is a cost driver. Okay, if I want to bring costs down, I kick people out. if costs go up, again, I make it more functional to me. So looking at these cost drivers, I don't know if you can see, for administration, it was dollars raised. The more money you bring in a sense, the more stuff you got to administrate, the more stuff you got to manage. For engagement, meetings and events, so when they call it an engagement, one of the things this organization did is they had what they call Tupper Care parties. So spinning off of Tupperware parties, this is where you bring the stuff back, all right? So they had Tupper Care parties. So people would bring Tupperware and a bunch of other stuff back to parties that would then be turned over to the community. So those events and meetings, et cetera, was engagement. So that was the main driver. While all those costs go up, the more events you have, all those costs go down less. So events for storage and assembly was units. How many units? You know, again, from 2 minutes, all right? And then contacts for promotion. So these were the level of activities. Real quickly, the one, I shouldn't say negative, cost accounting is somewhat time consuming, but it forces you to keep track of your most important resources. You guys know where every penny of your organization is. I challenge you, I don't think you know where every second of your organization is spent, okay? So cost accounting forces you to account for that second most resources, your time, your people's time. And so all those activities had to be tracked And so now this is that budget versus actual in a cost accounting. And so this gives me a very different picture. What happened, the thing that this organization loved was killing it. Okay. The only thing keeping this organization afloat, much to its chagrin, was his grants. Okay. Okay. Because it was losing money in all the other activities. So even though we had more money coming in, all right, we were actually losing a lot more money in these other functional areas. Okay. And so again, you'll have access to this. You can take a look at it. I guess the impact, because I think this begins to suggest some things to do or not do that didn't come out of the traditional aspects. So as you dissect your financial records, if you will, this gives you more stuff to dissect. This is more insightful, more impactful, etc. So wrapping this up, I hope this gives you a tease, if you will. Join us when Adams makes the announcement. I'm putting together a whole series on actually teaching you how to do this within your organization. But I think the bottom line is, it takes a little bit more time up front. But once you kind of transition to this process, you'll have a much more impactful set of financial documents to help manage and operate your organization. Thank you so much. Oh, the mic.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you. What an amazing presentation. How many of you were ready for all those numbers this early on a Saturday morning, right? Math major all the way. Yeah, how many of you found that this information is not your sweet spot, right? When you start thinking about these numbers. I was doing a presentation for Small Business Development Center one time, and there were 68 people on the webinar. I said, how many of you have a 5-year plan? There were very few people that had 5-year plans, but where I'm going with this was the question of how many of you had a great idea and you just ran with it? And that was most of the people. So for some of you that are the business owners, the nonprofits, the smaller companies, and even for the larger, we have a good idea and we put it in place. We need to be able to have these checks and balances. Your budget speaks numbers, what's working, what's not. And the one thing that I want to make sure for any of you to take away from his presentation, if you're not paying yourself a salary and you're budgeting for a salary for yourself, you need to be. Because when you grow that ministry, when you grow that business, you're going to step out and you're going to be paying somebody else to do that work anyway. So make sure that you're aware of your numbers, you're aware of your value, and not only create a budget from an expense and income perspective, but a budget for your time. Where's that time going? Who else has anything that they took away from that presentation that they'd like to share? Bree?
I just want to track my time more. I set a daily alarm. So I just set an alarm for everything and anything that I need to remember. And so I set one for every day to start tracking my time to understand that better with. But always the budget, yes, I would love to connect. Thank you very much.
I love that. Very good. Connect with somebody that's good at the things that you're not good with. Make sure you're learning and growing from that. And put into place one thing that you took away from the presentation. You're going to have a list of one things by the time you're done here today. Yet, it's really important to know how financially healthy your company is and where you're spending your time. Okay? Good?
All right, thank you, Lisa, again. Thank you, Dr. Carter, for your expertise and helping us with our finances as well as a treasurer. Also, just a reminder, this is a QR code. I made it bigger so because people from the back they didn't have Android, they had iPhones, so there's camera in the Zoom as well. And so I made it bigger for those iPhone handicap users. But anywho, so that's the QR code. Thank you for contributing to that. In that, we had a pitch last night. We talked about how many assets did we spend, and that included our hours. So we spent about 1,024 hours over the course of a year, thanks to the volunteers that we have that help make this mission come to fruition. And so, again, the production is our church-listed website, churchlisted.com, and then our missionsfilled.org website as well. And on there, again, you'll find access to this information. I am adding these slides to each section, so that will be available within the next 25 minutes. But so that way you can follow the slides. I know we didn't expect to be a glare, so I apologize about that. And the screen is also smaller than I hoped for, but we'll make it through. And so next we have our chair of our board, Dr. Stanley Chase, also a pastor. Chase, he is a longtime mentor and friend. Again, I sit on different boards with everybody, I guess. And so in the community, we get to work. He's also a board member of Child Family Charities and other many boards. He'll talk more about himself. But yeah, he also helped start the nonprofit that I have, Missions Funded, to help do the work that we're doing. And so honored to be working with you, Dr. Chase. And without further ado, I'm gonna hand it over to you. Do you want to use this clicker?
Good afternoon, everyone. My area today that I'll be talking about is business development seminar. I want to give you a little history. I'm a pastor, and pastors might go back into my family back to 125 years. So church was church. And I had an uncle, and I was in college at Bowie State University. I started working in the finance department as a student, and I learned how to write grants. I got a call from my uncle, who was a pastor, and he said, "Come home." And I said, "Come home for what?" He said, "You got a different job. I need you to come home." So I went home. And what I did when I walked into his house was I did the proposal to make him a nonprofit organization. And he was excited about that. Pardon? Okay. But it was very interesting because he said, there are a lot of churches that need what you're doing. I said, "Oh, okay." He said, "I got a job for you." I said, "What's the job?" He said, "I want you to post out there to anyone that you want to assist them with their nonprofit getting registered in the state and at the federal level." I really didn't think about it too much. But what happened, he started sending my information out that I would do it for free for people. So I started doing it for free because the African American churches did not have a registration at the federal government. They didn't have it at the state government. So in the state of Maryland, I began to travel from church to church to church to set those up. Then he called me and said, "I got a friend that's in Alabama." I said, "I don't know how to get to Alabama." He said, "No, here's a ticket. Go to Alabama." It was one church. I walked into that church, and there were 45 pastors in there. And none of them had a registration for a nonprofit. So I spent a full day walking them through the process, and they all got registered as nonprofits. They were all African American churches, so that was a blessing. And what God has had me do from that point, I have done and I continue to do nonprofits or help people even setting up business, and I don't charge anything. So if you have any people or anyone that you know that needs to set up a nonprofit or set up a business, just have them give me a call. I will sit down with them and I will get it done, and it will take us probably about an hour. I have, I think, a couple organizations in here that I work with as well. And God has blessed me to be a blessing for them. But you're very welcome. So what they have me here is a business development seminar. This is called S.Y. Chase Consulting, From Dreams and Ideas to Reality. And you would be surprised how many people there are out there that have ideas of things they want to do. They have dreams about it. They have ideas about it. They start planning, but they don't know what to do next. And so I go in and I meet with people and I walk them through the process. We go through the state, then to the federal government. I can get with a group of people or an individual for about an hour sitting in a room, and we can have them registered with their nonprofit or even for their business, because my wife had me do a business for her. So, Transformation Gems? Yes. Yes. Yep. And so, anyone here that needs any assistance, I'll be glad to do that. The seminar participants' recognition is, please share who you are and your business. Does anyone in here need to have their business set up? Nonprofit, for-profit. If you do, let me know. I'll meet with you and we'll get it done. I do entrepreneur training. There are a lot of people out there that want to start businesses. They don't have an idea of how to do it, but they have an idea of a major business that they can do. And my job is to sit down with them and walk them through the process. When people can walk through the process, it's amazing that they can come from an idea to a reality in an hour. I think I have a couple people in here that I work through with their nonprofits. And we do licensing and regulatory affairs. We go to mish.gov, Laura, and that's where we set up your nonprofit. Mish.gov, Laura online. We can sit down together, sitting at the same table, and in an hour, well, it did take us, about an hour? About an hour, and we can get it done. You're registered. You're legal. And most importantly, your idea is ready to take off. And once we get your business set up, then we begin to talk about money. How many of you need money? Now, how many of you gotten grants from the state of Michigan? How many of you gotten grants from the federal government? Grants.gov. You can do it at the state level, state of Michigan. You can do it at the federal level. And when I'm talking about grants, I'm not talking about $10. I'm not talking about $20. When you look at the state of Michigan, you can go in your area if you're a nonprofit, and you can begin to see money that you can write for, going anywhere from $1,000 to $25,000 to $100,000. It's a lot of money out there. I don't know what's going to happen with our new president, but it's money that has been out there. You can also look at the federal government. There's a lot of dollars at the federal level. And again, you just go into grants.gov. You begin to search for grants or Laura at the federal level. You look at grants at the state level, and they will show you a list of categories where you can get grant money from. I mean, it is absolutely amazing, because I didn't think I would be able to find money for people once they set their businesses up. But I went down to Alabama. I traveled all over the United States for churches just to get them set up. But I went down to Alabama when all those 40 people were in that room, and we got that done. God told me to go ahead and list and pull up grant money from the federal government. It blew my mind. You could get anywhere from $10,000 to $1 million, and the money is there. What happens when we walk through this process? You develop your plan, your goals, your objectives, your staff. You put all of that in your business plan. So from that point on, when you go into the federal government, you're doing one thing. You're cutting and pasting, cutting and pasting, cutting and pasting. For $1,000, for $10,000, to $100,000. It is there. One of the things I found out in the community here, and several communities I went and worked through, was that there were many, many churches that were in denominations that did not have an independent 501c3 because they were under that corporate body. So any money that came in, you went to the corporate body, but you could not go right to the federal government because you were not an independent organization. So what I did, I started going to churches. I was pastor of a church. I was at the church, the last church I was there for 25 years. I pastored a church in Woodland Park, Michigan. Woodland Park, up north. They didn't even know anything about grants. We began to talk about grants. We got down here, but the reality is once you get your organization set up, you got so much money out there, it will blow your mind. But you have to have, one, a good plan. You have to have a developed plan, a business plan. You have to have a good budget. Sit down in front of your computer and do a transition of what's in your mind to what goes into the federal and state government. State government doesn't have as much, but the federal government's got crazy money. You can go in, once you get your 501c3 set up at the federal and state level, you can go into grants.gov for USA, usa.gov. I don't have it on my computer here. Let me see. No, it didn't. I thought it would go to the state government. But you can get it. It's not difficult. Once you get it there the first time, you'll just be going up there 10, 15 minutes. You'll be finding all the grants that's at the federal government. You go to grants.gov, USA, go to Laura, and then look for grants. And if you have a question, I'm going to give you my phone number. Just call me up. We'll meet. We'll walk through it, and we'll get it done. But when you walk through there, the grants are divided in categories. For women, for children, for businesses, it's just grant after grant after grant after grant. It could be $10,000 all the way to $1 million. It is money out there. It is not difficult because they got to give the money away. They're not coming to you. You have to go to them. You have to go to them. Learn the process and walk through the process. Your organization will be able to impact this community, the children, women, men. There's impact that's out there. A lot of this stuff I have here, I just brought it all because I sit down with people and we look at a nonprofit dissolution clause. That's what happens if your business does not work out. How do you dissolve it? I want you to read it because I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to dissolve your business. I want you to keep it going always. I'm going to do something, and I'm going to open it up if you have a couple questions. But one of the things that I have found when I do this is people do not do the full work. I was at Kingdom Ministries, so what I would do, and my senior pastor didn't get upset, But I would have people come in and we would sit in the sanctuary and we would register their state business sitting in the sanctuary. I would have them come back after they got the registration at the state level. Then we would go in and look at state grants. When it got in from the federal level, we would come back and look at federal grants. And what I shared with them is very simple and something you really need to know. Sit down and think about your business. What is your profit, nonprofit? What do you want to do? What are your goals? What are your objectives? Clarify that. Write it down and make that a business plan. And when you get your business plan and you look at the federal government, you do two things. You cut and you paste. Too many people change every time they want to get a grant. It's not that your business changed, it's what you say changes. Just be consistent, send it in, and you will be successful. Time after time after time after time, you will be successful. I had a situation that occurred about, I think it was almost 2 years ago now, maybe a year and a half. I got a message, okay, 2 minutes. I got a message on my computer, and it was called from an organization called Urban Awareness. And they asked me if I would join Urban Awareness. I don't know how they even knew who I was. And so they asked me if I would join Urban Awareness. And I said, well, how much is Urban Awareness going to be to join? They said $100 for a life membership. So I sent them to church. I didn't go to the church. I didn't ask the pastor if it was okay. I registered for $100 for Urban Awareness, and I've got a life membership that I've been there. Now, a life membership is $600. Urban Awareness will give and list every day 5 or 6 grants that they will send to you to register or to apply to get money. If you wait, once a year, they do it for $200, you can get a life membership. That's how you got yours. But just go online, look up Urban Awareness, and start looking at it every week. You'll see something that comes up eventually that says you can get it for $200. They send you grants every week. They are not state. They are not federal. They are all foundational. That's all they send out is foundation grants. And I'm talking about they can be up as high as $1 million. And God will bless you. When God blesses you, you will bless the people. And when you bless the people, we'll all be blessed. God bless you. And as I said, any of you that have any questions or would like for me to get with you, I think I got a couple cards with me. Just let me know, and I will sit down with you, and we'll set your business up.
Wow, what outstanding information, because I think people give up, or people don't think that's for somebody else, not for me. That man is worth his weight in gold and then some, because he's a little small. But we just need to make sure that we're taking advantage of those opportunities. So how many of you have an action step, show of hands, that you took away from Dr. Stanley's chat? Yeah, many of us do. If your only action is to meet with him, take him up on his business card, ask questions, that's going to be phenomenal. Phenomenal. So thank you so much for that information. And I think Adam is getting us ready for what's next. Good? Not yet? Still? He's not ready yet. Okay, so he's not ready yet. How many of you have actually applied for a grant before? Anybody apply for a grant? A few hands went up. What do you feel has been the most successful cut and paste method, but what's been most successful for you to actually achieve that grant or become a recipient? Rita, what's been most successful for you?
One thing I've learned is just like Dr. Chase said, you build what I call the grant package. And so once you get this grant package together, and then you just cut and paste every grant. And so, actually, as you're talking, I'm building the grant package because I'm working on a project for CapCan, actually, so that we can fund these. Yes, Tony. So we can fund these STEM trailers that the Lansing schools have. So I'm building, as you guys are all talking, I'm building on the package for the grant package. So thank you.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. I can take. You got it. I'll take it over to you. So, are grants just for nonprofits, or are they for profit businesses as well? All of them. You want the microphone or just the card? You had your hand up. Very good. Here we go. Does anybody else would like a card? I think a seminar is in order, sir. Looks like we've got a lot of cards going out, people to jump in. How beneficial. You also signed up for the urban, what was it? The urban awareness site.
I'll just share this. So our one of the things our church has been struggling with is resources. And so I'll admit we've been members of Urban Awareness for like a year now, but we have not maximized because I work full time, so I don't really have the time. And so I've asked people on our leadership team to help, but they haven't. So what I was talking to Pastor Deborah, my wife, I was like, we need to have someone who not only writes grants for us, but does research, finds grants, does the research, and does the proposals on our behalf. And so I was like, we signed up for this urban awareness a year ago, haven't done anything with it. So I texted them, and then Leon from Urban Awareness got back with me just yesterday. He said, thank you for contacting us, reaching us by phone. We tried to reach you by phone but couldn't leave a message. That's my voice box full. That's just the life of a pastor. He said, if you're already an Urban Awareness member, great choice. As a member, you automatically have access to our funding reports, which include grant opportunities organized based on nonprofit organizations and services you provide. What we asked, he said, what you asked is for a request to help with finding grants, granting writing, and research. He said, you can also submit unlimited funding research requests. For this information, you just provide our research team. So they have their own research team. But he said there is some other thing that they have called Retain My Brain with Ty Boone, which is they work with organizations to help them grow in grant readiness. As a result of their work, once you reach level 1, you get they will submit one grant a month for $10,000 automatically. As you work through the process with them at level 2, they will also submit one grant a month for up to $100,000 per month. And this, but you're able to do this once a month, every month. And so, and again, our membership only costs us $299. And so that's
Wow, that's great information. And I love how these presentations went in order because we need what Michelle shared with us, right? We need to know what gap we're filling, what we're doing. We need to have that. Who are we and what are we doing? And when we do the research, we can figure that out. And then we need to make sure that we have a budget because when you're applying for grants, we need to make sure we've got a budget that shows what we're doing and that we've got a plan, good stewards with the money that we're given, where it's going to go, what that looks like. And then we need to be ready to write grants, write a business plan. If you haven't, you got to do the business plan before you do the grants. So all of these presentations have gone in order. Yes, ma'am.
Just want a little reminder for everybody. So I know we talked about cutting and pasting in grant applications. So I want to encourage everybody, because this is coming from me being a grant reviewer for federal and state and local grants. Be sure when you write it that the data you provide matches with what you're proposing to do. because there has been, and this hurts my heart a lot of applications that I have reviewed that we have denied because they say this is our data shows this is our need, and that doesn't align with what they're proposing. So I'm like, darn it, they're not. Somebody didn't make sure that that was a connection, and we weren't able to fund that. So amazing projects, but an example recently was this amazing project for teen pregnancy prevention. And the data showed a high need for 15 to 18-year-old African-American females to do some education outreach. The proposal that came to us had that data, but the project was proposing to do teen pregnancy prevention curriculum in Spanish to the ESL population. So I'm like, that's not even addressing, and there was no data to show there was a need for that community. So just want to encourage you, if you do an application, make sure that connects, because we couldn't fund it, and it really was difficult to not, because there was a huge need that we couldn't support. So just wanted to throw that in.
Very good. Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chase. We are going to take a quick break, 10-minute break in a minute. But first, again, a reminder, thank you all who are contributing to the cause to help, again, distribute these magazines on your table to, again, over 100 places in our community that need hope. And again, we look forward for you to be a part of that. If you want to be part of the next round, the information for that is in there as well. There's an advertising page, I think, on the second to last page, but if you look at the table of contents, you'll be able to find it. But if you want to be a part of that, our deadline is next April of 2026. If you want to be a part, whether you want to share an article or be a part of the research section or be a part of the business directory. Also, somebody kind of mentioned the information in the folders. So again, I'm going to just refer to the one that says 2025, April 2025. We had a summit that was actually here. Just a quick highlight of that. We had a volunteer summit and a ministry brunch. A total of maybe 80 people throughout the day came through the event, but it was a great interactive event. We had about 22 vendors and nonprofits, such as the one you see in the room today. And we had about, student-wise, there was a gospel choir, MSU gospel choir, and there was also a youth choir from I want to say Congolese, but I forgot which actually, they spoke Swahili. So there was different groups, different communities in the room, different churches as well. So I also want to honor those churches that are here today. I see Pastor Max from Christ Kingdom Builders Church. Thank you for being here. Josh Gillespie from Tabernacle of David. Thank you, Josh, for being here. And anybody else? Tiffany from Samuel Duncan's church, right? Yep. Lansing Church of God in Christ. Okay, yes. And any other churches? What? Wait, sorry, Pastor Chase. Zion Dominion Church is in the room. A City Life / One Church. Sarah, shout out. Tomorrow is the first launch. And I'm honored that I go to a lot of churches again because I connect people with churches. That's just who I am. And I stopped into City Life, and they gave me a shout out without even knowing I was in the room. So I thank Pastor Jerome for just giving me a shout out. It spoke to my heart. So shout out to Pastor Jerome and City Life Church / One Church. Their first service is tomorrow at the former Trinity Church building. So if you have the time, 9:30 and 11 o'clock a.m. And so Trinity Church and City Life Church are combining to be one church, and the name of the new church is called One Church. You'll also learn more about that in our magazine. And any other churches? Mount Hope Church, Michelle, because you go to Mount Hope. Paul, what church you go to? Faith Lutheran and Okemos. So diversity in the Brett House. Dr. Carter is also in the room as well. So anyone other church want to do a church shout out? Okay, cool. I know, Rita, you go to church at Grand Ledge. So different churches in the room, and the goal is, again, bringing everybody together to go after a cause of simply helping to save lives holistically is the campaign. And so that's the purpose of our goal this year, is to help save lives holistically, to meet the practical and spiritual needs, to do that together. But now I want to introduce you all to the vendors in the room who also want to work with you all to help you reach that goal as well. So we have, I'm going to start with the back table. The Unilabs is thank you, Rachel. Unilab is a nonprofit, it's actually for-profit business that helps churches and ministries actually have resources and technical assistance to meet their goals. So that includes marketing, media, web development, and there's so much more. He is sick. Unfortunately, he was sick yesterday, he said, and it got worse today, so he wasn't able to come back from Grand Rapids, but his wife's going to come back after lunch, I think, to get the items and maybe share some information. Also, I'm going to come to you, so you don't have to come up here, but James is going to share about his organization.
Appreciate it, Adam. So what I've been doing, I have created a searchable list that has all the possible donations, in-kind goods, sources of volunteers from businesses and foundations. So unlike urban awareness, which thank you for introducing me to, is far cheaper for smaller nonprofits to look at, and it costs very cost effective. So please come in at my table, take my survey. It's a $50 gift card. So thank you.
Thank you, James. I will say, when we spoke at an event where they wanted to learn more about access to volunteers and access to funding, and I was kind of embarrassed because, people in the room, it was like 30 people in the room, and they kept giving more testimonies of how impactful that James organization was, Michigan Business Charity Directory, winning over like $30,000 in funding because of the resources in the room that are local from businesses. And so this is just a statistic, so you can also get access to that database. Now there's a small fee. There was a free access before, but now there's a small fee that it's really an investment. I'm paying like $1,000 a month to go here, and I'm like, where's the return? And so if you go pay only a small fee to have access to his information, you get a way larger return. There is a return. There's a spiritual return for me, but for James, it's a financial return as well. So next we have Be an Icon. You heard from Ann, the director, yesterday, but Ron, did you have anything you want to share?
Ann Miranda has established what is known as Be an Icon, and it all has come out of her own experience of being in the secular world as a Christian theater person. And she just has a real heart to help believers grow and elevate in their own giftings. And she's established a docu-series. And she would really love for you to sign up if you could, if you would like to get some information. If it interests you in any way, or you know any artists out there in any of the arts, it encompasses all the art spectrum. And she's just doing her best to advocate that and help those those people do it well.
Thank you, Ron. He's also our flute player yesterday. Saxophone. I've been saying flute. It looks like a flute. I apologize. I used to play the saxophone. What type of saxophone is it? Soprano. That's why I play the tenor. All right, so thank you for that correction. And also, he's an artist as well. And I'm also on the Be an Icon board. I know people are jealous I'm not on their board, but I'm honored to be a part of that board because it helps really connect with the artists. We've been helping and working with Ann since the beginning, before she started, and Pastor Chase was actually one that helped her form her nonprofit. Then you'll see her testimony on our next episode of our Church and Charity podcast, but we did share a teaser on our website, on MissionFilled, and on our social media page of her testimony of how she had access to funds. She was our second award grant winner, where CASA was our first. And so they also had access to venue space and other things that they would not have had if they would not have worked with us, and partners as well. And they gave you a shout out too. And so So yeah, next we have, well, Casa, do you want to speak again? All right.
Okay, most of you heard a lot about what we do earlier, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the. Oh, perfect timing. You're next. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have going on right now and some cool ways to get involved with us if you're interested. So, first and foremost, Paul, who most of you know and is conveniently speaking next, is in the new charity hub that we've started in tandem with Child and Family Charities and a lot of other partners. It's in the old Green Lawn McLaren campus, if you're familiar. So, we're revitalizing that space. We're calling it the Corridor of Care. The goal is that we're going to have a ton of different charities in that building to really create a one singular access point. One moment that stood out for me in there, I have a staff person who's been working in child welfare with families for 10 years, and she called me after we signed the lease, and she was like, Rachel, I've been working in this field for a decade, and this is the first time I'll be working in a building that is on a bus line. So when we talk about access, we talk about making sure we're in the community where we need to be. So we're so excited to be there, and we're doing this super cool premiere event. We have the Uno Cup coming up. It will be on Giving Tuesday, which is December 2nd, which is a big giving day for a lot of charities. And we are partnering with all of the nonprofits in the building, as well as Paul. And we're going to be, think poker style, like ESPN live stream, however, it's Uno. So yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. We are still looking for sponsors, so if that's some of your interest, we have really reasonable sponsors, and we think we'll have about 10,000 viewers, so it's an easy way to get the word out. But beyond that, just tuning in day of, sharing it, that's a great way to kind of help get the awareness out about what we're doing. Giving Tuesday, so that's December 2nd this year. And I have information about that up here. And then we also are going to be doing some what we call our fundraisers for our end of year campaign. So we're doing some peer-to-peer, just information sharing about CASA with your network. So if you're interested in doing any of that, pop over, and I have lots of information to share.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Rachel. Trying to think. Yeah, I love you all. So my cousin volunteers, Erica Singleton, shout out. You also can find her podcast on our website as well. Churches and Charity is the name of the podcast. It's also an article that is highlighting CASA as well and her work as an individual. So I think it's page 6, maybe 4. I don't know, one of those pages. Next, we have the Women's Center, and I just picked up this cool fidget spinner. I would just say that I'm grateful for the work that they do. Rebecca is the executive director, and I forgot your name. Tulsi. Tulsi is a great friend. She's been, she has style. You've seen how she match coordinates. Every time she has an event, she coordinates with whatever is going on around. And she'll talk more about herself, but I'm glad that she was part of the past event we had. Again, and this event is now another time we get to experience the resources they have for us to share. So without further ado.
Thank you very much. My name is Tosi Mosemi, and I volunteer at the Women's Center of Greater Lansing. We're a center where, for women, really, we help women get back on their feet, women who have been out of work, who are having issues, domestic issues, women who need styling tips, women who just want to feel special. We have lots of stuff for them. We have a free store, like a free boutique, and I work at the boutique section, as you can probably tell. And so we just, it's a lot when you want to shop and you don't have the resources to, and you're not able to get the kind of things you'd like. Last week I had a client, she came in and she was looking all glam. I'm like, okay. And of course, she's supposed to spend 30 minutes, but I gave her like an hour because I knew she had to pick out every little tiny thing we had. And it was so awesome. She just came back. She came there and got her groove on. I could tell that there was a lot going on with her, but just that 1 hour that she had to just do her thing, like style and pick, and she knew everything in the store. She was asking me questions. I'm like, really? She was very particular. She was lovely, and I could see the joy on her face. I saw the pieces she picked, and I was asking her about her style, and she was telling me, and I was like, yep, I can see it. And it's just such a joy to be able to give that opportunity to women who are not able to go to Macy's at this time, go to the stores that they are used to, and just come in there and pick stuff. And we have a lot of wonderful women who donate wonderful stuff to us. We have designer stuff, you like a lot of designer stuff, to be honest, and it's just so great. It's beautiful, and it's good to see such a place in Lansing, and we don't have any like restrictions. You can come in. You don't need to show your income or whatever. Just if you want to shop, just come in and shop, and just gives people this freedom. They can come once a month. We have limits, of course, to just make sure everything goes around for everyone. But if you're looking to donate your stuff, you have something that is too big or something you don't want to take back to the store, feel free to donate it at the Women's Center of Greater Lansing. Much more than that, we offer like legal advice to people who have like an attorney come once in a month and she sees people, but most of the time we have these forms like the restriction forms where you don't want somebody, I forget what's the name of that form, where you're trying to get somebody not to come close to you, like restraining order forms, yeah, stuff like that. And then we have women who just walk in and they're like, I want to leave my spouse, how do I go about it? And so we have women who are like, oh, I don't want anybody to know about it, and we can do all of those things for them. We help them fill out their forms, like for work, they want to apply for jobs. Some people have not worked in years and they want to get back on their feet. We help them to put their resume together. We have a place where you can hang out and eat, where you can drink coffee. It's a lot that we do there. We use all the donations we can get. We will appreciate every single thing. We dance. We literally dance when we have checks coming in the mail. So if you send us a check, you can be sure that we're gonna dance when we see your check. And it's just so wonderful, the lives that we're able to reach. Sometimes we have people dropping things for children and all of that. And we just tell people, if you want, because we don't do children, but people drop stuff like that, and then we're able to help other people, and then we have other people that come to pick out the stuff we don't use, and they also can give it to other people. It's just a very nice thing that we do there. You have a question? Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, thank you. So if you want to visit the vendors, you got 5 minutes now to go see them. Or if you want to use the bathrooms are on both sides of the hall, men and women's. Again, funding, arts, youth and volunteering, and women's resources and needs. Thank you. I'll play music and it'll stop in 5 minutes. All right, everyone. Um, we're actually going to pivot and do lunch because the food is here. So, really quick, as you come to a close in about 60 seconds, we're going to have Pastor Maxie do a short prayer, but a powerful prayer to bless the food. Shout out to First Bite Catering and Chick-fil-A for providing the food that you guys will see. First bite, the first bite. Yes, not the second. So, all right, if you can hear my voice, clap one time. If you hear my voice, clap 3 times. All right, if they ain't heard, then they're going to be starving. So, all right, Pastor Maxie from Christ Kingdom Builders Church.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this time, this fellowship, the information and education that we're receiving, just to continue your kingdom here on earth. And we ask you to bless the food for nourishment of our bodies. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
All right, go as you feel led to. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for our next segment. Food is in the atrium, so you guys know. All right. Thank you all for being so patient with our technical uh, issues that we've had, but we've now fixed that, and we have our next presenter. Yes, Rita. Chick-fil-A made it, of course. Yes. Shout out to Chick-fil-A, sponsors of the mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. I apologize, there was no vegetarian soup like I had requested. But there was some meat soup, which I heard was good. And that was by First Bite Catering. And we also want to thank the vendors. Hopefully, you guys had some great connections. I see two talking right now that is a vendor, so he must have had a great connection with Pastor Maxie. So anybody have any, I'm doing Lisa's job right now. Anybody have any reflections or positive connections they made in the past 10, 20 minutes? Ron, yeah, we talked about it. We see it, it's evident. Anne is also here. Anne from Be an Icon, she's a founder. Again, you'll find her podcast teaser on our website and all the other testimonies she's had from MissionFilled and the work we've done together. Dr. Chase. Yes, it is. Amen. He does. And I'm glad to have him as our chair. And then anyone else have any other testimonies, short, quick highlights? Oh, you're welcome. All right, and again, since I work with these, Reggie, you got. Yes. Reggie Dodd with Reggie Dodd Media. And you also can talk to him after about his contact, because he's also a great person as well as a resource for your project. And speaking of that, marketing is also valuable. We're going to hear from Paul Smith, who is so much to share. I have such iconic people on our board. I'm grateful for each one. In the community, yes. I mean, you already know, like, I'll just leave it at that because I'll cry. So thank you, Paul, for your service, and we want to help your organizations, projects, ministries be impactful through marketing. So we have Paul is going to share some information, education about how you can win in your goals. You ready, Paul? All right. It's going to be a little different because, do you have your notes? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. We have swapped computers, so the clicker is now working, and Paul is ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. We got the lunch before I talked, so hopefully you don't fall asleep while I'm talking about this stuff. But I appreciate that. Thank you all for coming and being here. I'm going to talk about marketing now. When I was creating this presentation, one of my best friends is a Lutheran pastor up in Mount Pleasant, and I asked her, I was like, what does marketing mean to you as a church? And she's like, marketing? I don't even have time to think about marketing. And that's fair. However, I know that she's grown her church over the past few years. She made connections with Central Michigan University, which they didn't have before she got there. So that's part of the whole aspect that we're going to be talking about today a little bit, on telling your story. And so a little bit about me. As Adam said, I own Introduce Multimedia, which is a storytelling agency that primarily uses video to talk about your mission. And my company was born out of my faith, which, like I mentioned, is Lutheran, ELCA Lutheran. There are several different types of Lutheran. And so it was born out of that, learning how to tell stories from that perspective. And that's how I actually started the business, was from that foundation. And our philosophy is obviously, story first, because the story is the message. It's not necessarily, video is just the medium that we carry forward with that message. It's just, but the story is the core aspect. And we really focus on 3 basic aspects with that, and that is clarity, connection, and consistency. Those are huge aspects in how you make sure that you tell your story appropriately. So Adam's going to try to keep me on track here. So the first aspect is we have to, we got 2 different things here. So what is marketing? Marketing, basically, the general definition is communication of purpose, or becoming a long-term strategy focused on creating brand awareness and interest amongst a large audience. Or as one of my idols in marketing, Seth Godin, likes to say, it's a generous act of helping others become who they seek to become. It's not selling. Marketing isn't sales. It's talking about your brand. It's not necessarily your brand, but it's about talking about what that brand does out in that community. So, and it's, like I said, it's storytelling. It's sharing your story, your impact, your empathy, your generosity, and value. Like Seth said, it's a generous act of helping others become who they seek to become. So, we all know when you think about marketing, one of the main things that is kind of like a deterrent. Let's say deterrent is maybe limited budgets, maybe you're burned out or talking about yourself, or part of that is like you're not big on self-promotion, which is fair. All of those are fair. You need money. That's why you talk to Dr. Chase. And so, but at the same time, it doesn't have to be a large budget. It can just be as little as having a conversation. Just talking about, like I mentioned, my friend who is a pastor of a church who's done a marvelous job at outreaching into the community, and she doesn't consider that marketing. That is marketing. You didn't spend a dime, but you were furthering your brand, you were furthering your story. So that was the conversation we had in that regard. So marketing is, did I just change? I'm sorry, I talk with my hands. It's my Italian heritage showing up here. So sorry about that. But, so marketing is part of your mission. It's a crucial part of your mission. And so it's all about helping others see the good that you do, sharing that story. And so other than that, it's controlling the narrative you're putting out there as well. You're not allowing other people talk for you. You're allowing other people to talk with you and about you, but you're controlling that in the essence of how you're sharing what they're saying about what you're doing. So hopefully I didn't talk too much into circles on that one. So your core message really has to revolve around purpose. What do you do? How do you do it? The audience, who are you reaching? That's key, because your marketing message is going to somebody, and you're doing it in a way that's very pointed. And so, and then it's also about how is sharing what you're doing with who you're sharing it with making the impact that you need it to do. It's very simple. It sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple. It's all about, being clear, like I said, clarity, and then connecting with the audience or people that you know that you can either help or you want to bring in or you want to collaborate with. And then obviously sharing those success stories. That's the main thing. Sharing the success stories. What does that look like? How do you feel when you see that, when you hear that? That type of stuff. So, and that's basically what it is. It's transforming your message in a clear way that connects with the audience that you're trying to reach. So, real quick, we're going to take a minute here, and I want you all to write down one sentence that captures the why of the organization that you're representing today. Just take a minute and just write a clear sentence that dictates what that is. Just write down a sentence about the why of your organization. Why does your organization exist, and what do you hope to do with that organization? Why is your organization important? Just one sentence. Whether you regurgitate your mission statement, that's up to you. But so I won't know. So it's like convincing me of that. All right. When did we start? I didn't time this. 15 minutes. Good. All right. We're on time. Perfect. All right. Everybody write down their sentence? They good? Anybody want to share one? Share a why? Yes, sir. That's right. Couldn't be more clear than that. Anybody else? How about one more? Dr. Chase. That's a good why. That's a good why. I could do one more. Anybody else? Anybody over here? Yes, ma'am. That is amazing. Absolutely. That's exactly what it's all about right there. Oh, could you? Sorry about that. So, we move on to, with that, having a visual consistency also builds trust and recognition. So what that means is you have to be consistent in all the things that you do so that people understand who you are, what you're doing. Like, for instance, if you saw the top of the slide when I started, everything was red branded. You see me, I'm all red, that's red, black, and red, and that's on purpose. That is my company's colors, it's my logo, and so on. People recognize that. However, other than that, people understand that what we do is storytelling. I said that at the beginning. That's what I established it as. And that's the thing is. And so when you have your mission statements and how you have that developed, you have to, anything you put out there has got to reflect that aspect because that's what people recognize. And like I mentioned about budgets, you don't have to have big budgets to be able to talk about what you do And, just having to share, just being here or just wearing this. Yes, this costs, what, $20 tops? And I wear it all the time. But it's not a big budget, but it's a consistent message that reinforces what I put out there into the world. And that can be true for anybody in the room. Okay, I'm actually pushing this now. All right. Oh, don't go too far. All right. Now, one of the things we run into, everyone in this room runs into, is we are inundated with information. We are overloaded. And so I'm up here talking to you about talk more. However, that is one of the key things that we run into is because we have everywhere to be, but we can only choose someplace. And so that is up to you to choose that someplace to be out of all the everywheres there are. And so it's finding, like I said, this is about finding your audience. So where is your audience? Who here, oh, sorry, that's me. That's my phone telling me I overate. I ate too much of those chicken nuggets. Sorry, that's the diabetic in me. But anyway, so how many of you use a website? How many of you use an email list? And how many of you use social media? All right, you all use those things. Do you use all the social media platforms? Or do you kind of narrow it down? Because your core channels are your website. That's the first place you should be developing. That's where I call it like the digital storefront. Or in this regard, your digital church front or worship front, because that may be the first spot people go before they visit you in person, because maybe they use the quote church shopping or looking for a new worship space. They're visiting, or they just moved. So putting that message out there that this might be for them is key, and that is your key place to be on the online world. Social media is good, but that's really about, talking to current members, or because it's so difficult sometimes with social media to really pinpoint new folks. So using that as kind of like a reinforcement of your message that people are going to get from the website. And your email list is even more key, because that is direct communication. So if I had a hierarchy of ways to get your story out, it would be website, email, then social media. Social media is still important. I know that it sometimes feels like it gets harder and harder to use effectively. That's why it's best to use with people who are already within your system. And it just kind of reinforces that message, or puts events out there to hopefully have your folks that are already in your church system or organizational system use that to have them reach out to other new folks. So that's that's the thing. And it does, like I said, it's just about spreading your story. Now I'm going to show you a quick example of like a small ministry, a camp ministry that it kind of like outreaches to their folks, covering a week of camp. So they do it themselves, but they stay consistent. They do a weekly recap of each week, and this one. Come on, you. Go to the next one. Yeah, this is actually not a video that we did. This is a video of a camp I'm familiar with. All right, let's see if I'm just going to play a little bit. This is them all. They do this every week. This is about
week 3. It's Abundant Life 2024. You know what I'm saying? Campers, we finna have a good week. We finna tee up one.
All right, I'm gonna stop it there and move on to the next thing because it goes on for a little while. But basically, what it is it's just recapping their week and sharing the joy. This was a focus on the fact that this camp's week really revolved around bringing in folks with developmental disabilities to enjoy a week of camp with the staff and all that other stuff, and it was just highlighting that. And that's something simple that you can do. That was all, like I said, that was all done by them in-house with their own stuff, and with tools that are just as accessible to you. So, man, be quiet. Moving on real quick. I lost my space, but man, hang on one second. Let me get this back. All right. So I want you to focus on what we just showed, and that there's an 80-20 rule when it comes to sharing that kind of content. It should be 80% value and 20% ask. What I mean by that is, like, what do you want people to do after you share this piece of content? Where do you want them to go? What's the next step that you're asking them to participate with? So that can be just as little as, please go to this web page, which refers back to the fact that your website is one of your more important pieces of branding and marketing. You have to have that. And everybody, I believe, in this room said that they have a website. So that's where you want them to go to learn more. So it can just be as simple as that. But the bulk of the content or the stuff should be about showing who you are, the value. It shouldn't ever be, especially when it comes to marketing, because I said at the very beginning, marketing is not selling, and I'm over talking because there's a lot. So anyway, it could be just as simple as, like, just showing behind the scenes, or volunteer spotlight, 60-second video, something similar to that. Can be just on your phone. Everybody has a phone, and everybody has a way to shoot video on that phone. So, just taking some time out to share that, share those stories, because being authentic is so key when it comes to the marketing aspect, but the marketing really is revolving around your story. It's your story. As for, when it comes to marketing, okay, well, we'll just move on. You should measure what, you got to focus on the mission-driven metrics. You got to track donations, volunteer signups, engagement, reach. That's how you know that your story is getting out there. How are you, because when it comes to the marketing aspect, it's not as cut and dry on return on investment that we got from everybody prior, like Dr. Chase and Michelle and everybody who talked. That was very cut and dry, black and white. It's not as such, but there are ways to measure, and those are some of the ways you can do that. So using simple tools like Google Analytics with your website, or tracking some of the social aspects with that, or email opens, who's opens your email. That's an easy thing to figure out, and just figuring out what worked and what didn't work. And so maximize your resources on those. You know, you can have one story that can go to multiple ways, such as if you do a podcast, you can cut that up. You know, have a piece go to your email or to YouTube that can go to your email, share it that way, or you can take pieces of that, create a blog post. Like you can transcribe your whole podcast. You can transcribe that being in a blog, or your sermons. You can extract your sermons out of your live streams. That becomes like a 10, 15, 30-minute piece that you can use and actually even cut it down even more. You can pull out a lesson from that situation to use that as a basis of maybe your email story for the week or anything like that. But just maximize what you do, and that is what that's where you can really focus your attention on making sure you're uplifting your story. That's what it boils down to. Your story is what matters. That's what you share. That's how you engage. That's how you illustrate. That's what it boils down to, and that's how you get. Sorry about that. Your congregation to do what. To do the same thing, because if you're consistent with your congregation or your coworkers or your collaborative partners, then they're able to send the same message because you've talked to them in a clear voice, you've stayed consistent with it, and you've had that conversation. But so basically, I have more to say. I didn't get through everything, so if you have more to ask me or talk to me about, you know how to reach me. It's all on me. So I appreciate your time, and like I said, if you have more to ask, more to talk about, I would love to have a conversation with you to learn more about your mission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Paul has an amazing job to help you pull out your story when you meet one-on-one with him and ask questions, because sometimes we need that prompt. We need somebody to ask us the right questions to be able to articulate our story. But authenticity is key. If you're so busy trying to be like somebody else, that's not going to work. But you are your brand, and how you show up everywhere is a demonstration of your brand. So everybody pull out your cell phones. Everybody got your cell phone on you? Go to your camera and your cell phone. Go to your favorite vendor booth. Take a picture of the MissionFilled. But that's part of that social media marketing. You're here today. You're investing in your time. Take pictures of yourself being here with some of the other guests, whatever that looks like. Post it on your social media. Tag other people. Tag MissionFilled. Cheap, easy, right? Not costing you a dime, but it's great marketing. The one thing that Paul said about telling your story, if you're not good at telling your story, other people will tell your story for you. And what story are they sharing? Is it the negative experience that they might have had with you? Or are they making up something so that we have to become master storytellers? Who took away something from Paul's presentation as Adam prepares for the next one that they'd like to share? What stood out to you about his content? He was concise. Very good. Thank you. Consistency is key. The colors, the brand, make sure your brand is standing out. And I am passing the microphone because we are live streaming.
I don't think a lot of people think about it, but what I loved is after watching, what do you want them to do next? You know, anyone can make a video or, you know, make a statement, but that is, right. What do you want them to do with that?
Well, even like you said, what's your focus? You know, who's your target audience? And just being mindful of that.
Very good. Very good. Bree, can you stand up for just a moment? She wasn't planning on this. But can you tell us your name and what you do, please?
Okay, my name is Bubble Bree. Really, it's Brianna Garrett, but Bubble Bree, and my brand is Bubbles. So helping others to experience fun and joy and play with bubbles. And what I took away from Paul even was helping others see the good in what you're doing. So
I want to go next, Bree. I want you to show everybody Bubble Breeze, right? She's have fun with bubbles. I want you to show them your earrings, please. So her earrings are little bubbles, and she pulls them out. Talk about being on brand, though. Talk about being on brand and on point. That's exactly what she's doing. Thank you so much for doing that.
Well, there's actually a lot behind it. So I even make bubble wands, and we make giant bubbles and all those ones. But when you're even blowing them, there's something behind that about the meditation and breathing, and that's that's really the foundation, right? Going back to our breath. And even I always have bubbles, right? There's a birthday girl out there, and they were trying to blow some other bubbles, and I got bubbles.
So tell your story before others tell it. Who else had something stand out to them? Anything else? All right. Find your space. Not all space matters equally. Find the right space and track your success. Sometimes people will put like a different phone number on a marketing piece to see if it's measuring, how did they find you? Well, they called a number that's only on this marketing piece. But you are your brand. How you show up matters, regardless if you're working. People are watching you all over the place. You probably run into so many people in the community that aren't necessarily in your church. And if you're not treating the wait staff properly, or you're yelling at people are watching that. That consistency compounds, even when you're not working or preaching. Good. All right. How you doing, Adam? Oh, we have a new person that has joined us. She's filling in for, you might have met her husband last night. Let's go ahead and have you introduce yourself, please.
I am Sarah Vanek. I am the wife of Phil, who couldn't be here today. He's feeling under the weather, so I am attempting to step in. And I feel like I know a bit of the business, so you can ask me questions, but his media, all of his website and pamphlets and everything do a pretty good job of explaining what he does. So, but happy to be here and happy to step in.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Very nice to meet you. We good?
Hi.
Hello. So this next piece is a little unique because we have somebody joining from Washington, D.C. From Washington, sorry, not D.C., Washington, the state of Washington. She also, she was part of our event last time we did this. She was our Friday night speaker as well. So she's back again, but also partnering with our board member, Rochelle, who's in the room. Rochelle, raise your hand. You're going to come up anyway and talk about yourself. But I'm going to give you this mic. Can you give her this microphone? All right. And so, Rochelle, I don't know how long we've known each other. It's just long. But she also has a business called Administrative Guru, where she provides assistance to multiple businesses, nonprofits, and organizations, churches, personal goals, missions, passions, and so much more. So she does that. Plus, she also has other jobs. I'm not going to talk about all your business, but she also has a nonprofit she has ran as well. So again, our board members have multi talents and gifts and skill sets. So I'm honored that we're like a team of Avengers coming together to save lives holistically. And let me just make sure this shows. And then we have Monet, who's on the screen now. And she is, Monet, can you hear us? Is it frozen?
I hope it's frozen.
Yeah, technology. Let me see. Oh, she's moving. Monet, can you hear us? Oh. Can you hear us, Monet?
Yes, I can.
I think it's an echo.
There is an echo.
Well, you'll be able to speak. Can you hear us now? Okay. So we'll have to figure it out. But what I'll do is I will not talk, and you will not hear the echo, but you'll be able to hear the room.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna have Monet introduce herself, and then sorry, Rochelle's gonna introduce herself first. Then she's gonna introduce Monet, and I'm gonna sit back and just watch them do their thing. But they're gonna talk about AI and technology for the next 20 minutes.
All right, good afternoon. Are we in the afternoon? I think we're in the afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Rochelle. I have just been an administrative assistant for decades. So I kind of took that as a side hustle to kind of help small businesses with some of their paperwork, accounting, forms, legal forms. I help Adam keep his legal forms together for MissionFilled, and just helping others be self-sufficient in their walk. Currently, I work for the state of Michigan. I do Lyft. I work at the Marriott part-time, just everywhere in the community, helping others as much as I can. That's pretty much it. Pushing Adam to be great, as he should be in his walk, right? Oh, wait, the mentor always needs a mentor as well. We always need that small corner of space where we can vent and release so that we can give back to the world as we should. And Adam is just being diligent in his walk with God as usual. So that's all I have. Thank you. Monet?
Yes, and there's an echo as well with Dodie. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Monet Lewis. I am one of the members of MissionFilled, and today I will be talking about how we can utilize artificial intelligence to support our technical and administrative needs. Yes. I can't share my screen. I'm not a co-host. And you will record too then? All right. Okay. Yes. All right. Are we ready to begin? Okay.
All right, we're all set. Sorry about the tech difficulties. We had Zoom control problems because the phone, laptop situation. So I did take technology for 15 years. So thank you for everybody for the tips. We made it work. All right, AI tech, Monet, whenever you're ready.
All right. I will echo what Adam has shared. Thank you for your grace as we progress through this conference. So, as earlier, I am Monet Lewis. I am one of the members of MissionFilled. I also am a graduate student at Central Michigan University, currently tuning in from Washington. And so I utilize artificial intelligence for multiple tasks. And the point of today is to share how you might be able to explore some opportunities in utilizing AI for technical assistance, administrative tasks, and to let you learn more about the MissionFilled website, how it can be a resource, not only for additional information, but also training as well. And is my partner in the room as well for introduction?
Yes, I'm here with you. Well, introduction again. My name is Rochelle. I'm with Administrative Guru. I am the secretary on MissionFilled board. As I mentioned earlier, I'm always here to help anyone with their business needs, accounting forms, legal forms, any type of typing, grant writing, documentation, anything legal form, I'm here to help you with. And I help Adam keep all his administrative things together, filing on time, meeting deadlines and such.
You help keep us legal.
Keeping us legal, keeping us in compliance is the goal here.
You also heard grants, so I know people want to work with grant writers. You got one right here.
So that is me. Thank you. Go ahead, Monet, you can proceed.
All right, thank you so much. So to the left of the screen, you'll be able to see some of the topics that we'll address today. We're gonna do an icebreaker next, but you'll learn some more about ethics and best practices, usage for AI, top tools, as well as templates for prompting structures to help maximize your output for what you insert in the AI chatbot of choice. Hopefully, from this, you'll be able to engage more with our research and be inspired to utilize AI in some of your daily operations and get some more results in how you can maximize your experience overall. All right. Rochelle, can you ask the folks in the room the first question?
Yep, just a second. Can you zoom in on the screen? Can you make the screen bigger?
I didn't catch that.
Can you zoom in on the screen and make the words bigger?
Oh, yes. Let's see.
Sorry guys, my eyes are bad, my phone is dying. We're having all kind of technical difficulties today. So let me just
I can read off the questions if that'll make it easier.
So the first question is, what is one tip that you can share or post about this topic? So tell me some ways you guys use AI. How many of you use Chat GPT or any type of those boxes? What's type of some information you gather from that? Like what type of, what would you ask Chat GPT to help you with your business needs?
I use ChatGPT to, like I said, help us refine and revise any type of video descriptions, some blog posts, help us strategize some social media stuff. That's really the base on what we use ChatGPT for.
I use it to create spreadsheets. I use it to have it fine-tune my bio. I have it create case studies when I go into organizations that I've never worked in before. I use it as a guide for instructions, but put my own personal spin on it. I don't use it verbatim for what it says. I actually have clients that use ChatGPT as a moderator when the business owner and the executive director are having a debate. There's so many awesome things that people are using it for.
Thank you.
It might be helpful. I coach the businesses I work with. We use Perplexity and Gemini, but for problem identification. And I would suspect in terms of community, it might be useful in that area too. If something is wrong, people do one or two things. They talk about it, they search for a solution, or they go out and try to figure out it on their own. All of that appears across virtual media. And so Perplexity commonly just listens. What are people talking about? What's the chatter about? And from that, you can glean what are the issues in the community? What are the problems? And then go back to the gaps Michelle talked about earlier. So again, it works in business. I suspect it might work in nonprofits as well.
Thank you. One way I use ChatGPT, sometimes I'm stuck in writing and I feel like I'm being redundant in my sentence. So I'll plug it in to ChatGPT to see if it kind of help me brainstorm my sentencing and my structure a little better. But one thing you mentioned is not using it verbatim, because you do want it to have your own feeling, but kind of give you a little bit more professionalism. All right, Monet, moving on. Are we asking all the questions or just one? Okay. All right, go ahead, Monet.
Did anyone else had any last thoughts or what they would like to learn more about the topic on AI for technical assistance?
Got one more.
Kind of to both. So I use AI primarily just for administrative because a lot of the work that we do is incredibly confidential. And so I would love to learn more about how to navigate those spaces and make sure that when we're doing storytelling, it's ethical and we're including those considerations. With administrative tax, I found it to be really helpful, but a lot of the work that we do, I really have concerns about putting it into AI, to be honest.
Thank you, thank you.
Right, that is a valid concern. And so we can touch a little bit more on that. Also, I do want to point out that on the MissionFilled site, right here at this link, you can also add in some of those things that you're interested in learning more, so that way we can make sure that we can incorporate it in the course that will be available soon. All right, so I'm going to proceed. And I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. So hopefully you can still see. Okay. So for ethics and best practices of utilizing AI, some of you have kind of already mentioned that you're dealing with confidential information or doing case studies that is specific to the client or even just the organization that you are a part of. And so I would suggest that whenever you're inputting information, like say, for example, hey, I have this client and this is what they're looking for, try to minimize any personal identifiable information that you're putting in. So you can use pseudonyms, or you can just say client A and client B, for example, or whatever that the subject matter or the participant of what you're doing when you're engaging with like individuals. And in that way, you can still insert information based on the output where you can tailor it for your case. And then as rights for AI as of right now, um, anything that you're putting into a chatbot is considered public information, and it is not clear exactly how that might be utilized. And so, to save yourself, your clients, you want to make sure that you are minimizing any of that personal information and build upon it so that way you can personalize it, and then that will be a secure for your intellectual property. So there is a linkable article here that discusses on how to avoid plagiarism. And for those that are not familiar, that is taking any work, even if it's AI generated, and presenting it as if it's your own. And so you want to ensure of any like text that is formulated that you are putting it in your own words as much as possible, as well as elaborating on it. So using AI, for example, for like writing pieces, a grant application, for example, as a really rough draft. And as you'll know, that some of the work that is produced from AI can be considered hallucinations. And so it's very convincing on what it presents. And so it'll be up to you as the subject matter expert to elaborate on that information and verify. So if there are any articles that are being linked, going back to those same articles and identifying the source to make sure that they are legitimate, especially when you are citing any of your sources, because that may be an expectation. So keep the human in mind and make that a priority, whether you are the human or you're representing someone. So being minimal of personable information, but just keeping it basic, like an example, and then also adding your own spin on anything that's being produced. Verify accuracy on any of the information that is presented to you, whether that is a link to an article or even like a restaurant recommendation because you want to host an event. Is that place open? Go do a Google search or Google Maps and make sure that the hours of operation. Avoid plagiarism. So again, using your own tone of voice, your scholarly voice, so that way it sounds like what you would say and you feel empowered based on that information. And be transparent. Certainly, you can speak on when you are leveraging AI as a resource for a tool and how you build upon it. I think that will help normalize integrating AI into our daily work and then demonstrating how we are not relying on it, but we're using it to get us further in what we're trying to accomplish, and that we're still the expert or leading the task, and it's just a partner or even just a passenger in our road for operations. Are there any questions based on what I shared thus far?
I think we're good. No one has any questions.
All right, thank you. Moving on. So I elaborate a little bit on some of the usage. So AI can be utilized as a thought partner. You have an idea about running a Friendsgiving. Holidays coming up, and you want to know how can you make it into a potluck. What are some suggestions? You can put that into the chatbot of choice and get some ideas, brainstorming. Administration. Some folks I already heard said that they utilize like spreadsheets, asking AI to help come up with a template for a spreadsheet. So for following along with that potluck example, you identify there are some foods that you want to see, and then leave some spaces for folks to add in. You can ask AI to create a template for that spreadsheet to collect all the information of names and what foods folks are going to be bringing, and even organizing it by category: beverages, food, desserts, paper goods. Media, I think I did hear some folks talk about how they're utilizing it for like communication plans or editing videos, or even just more thoughts on how to incorporate a strategy for maximizing engagement online. Planning, you're creating that event or you're getting ready for an interview, for example, and the committee provided some interview questions. You can use AI to help you with some suggestions on how to respond, and you can match that with your resume and build out examples from there. So that way you're personalizing it, and in a way, it can be a preparation of sort. Research, you are working on a project and you need to identify some resources that can be helpful, and you have that research question, you can put that in the chat like, hey, I'm looking up more information on how to support nonprofits, and I want to do it in the category of football. And then from there, you can have AI share some suggestions from there. Grammar, you already written out a wonderful essay and you want to double check that everything is okay, and you're utilizing commas appropriately, semicolons, or even em dashes. That's a big thing for AI in general. You can certainly input that into the chat for additional editing. And there are specific tools for editing, Quillbot, Grammarly, that already utilize AI. But if you do have your preferred tool, you can certainly insert your document there. And AI is constantly growing. It's fairly young, but now it's, I think, operating at a doctoral level. But almost like every couple of months, it seems like a new version is coming out, or a brand new platform. And so the more that you utilize it, the more that you'll be able to see what are some of the additions that are taking place and how it can maximize for you. So overall, it can assist with administrative tasks, communication with your constituents, program development from your organization, or even outreach in general for whatever programs that you are operating. What questions do folks have?
Go ahead. We have no questions. Oh, there's a hand up. I don't know if you were stretching. We're doing both.
So I guess my question, because I did utilize GPT, but it was with the help of someone, because are there any sort of like videos or tutorials on how to use it? Because that is the thing I discovered. Like I was needing to write a grant for LEAP, and they're like, oh, just use ChatGPT. Well, you need to understand how to use it. So is there stuff that can help to train you how to utilize it? That's my question.
Yes, so there are multiple options. As I mentioned earlier, the course that we're building out, that is a resource for videos, and we can certainly include a demonstration from there. There are also snippets from ChatGPT in general on YouTube that they do have. Like, I saw a really cool video about a person that was learning how to do ice fishing, and they were verifying some of the findings that they got from AI or ChatGPT in particular, and went to a fishing shop, and the owner was verifying like, oh yeah, that's good. You do need these resources. You do need these tools in order to go ahead for that adventure. In terms of grant writing, I would certainly recommend MissionFilled information, and there are articles in particular about like nonprofit needs. For example, right here, we do have an article, and I can show some more articles that are available as well. But yes, certainly I would say utilize that information that we that link that I had shared before on putting in those questions. And so Yeah. So here are some of the different resources based on like plagiarism and how to avoid that, ethical ways of using AI, generative resources, templates for generating content instantly, excuse me, different templates. And so grant writing is uh, um, a huge topic. And so there are certainly resources available. And ways to make it more effective and efficient, additional tools to save time and money. Thank you for that question. Okay, so here are some of the top artificial intelligence tools that are available. I heard folks mention quite a few like Gemini. We just talked about ChatGPT a little bit, Copilot, HeyGen, Sora, Veo, and Video. And it's best to clarify what you want an AI to do to help determine what is the best tool. So, like brainstorming, for example, ChatGPT can certainly be helpful in that manner, or strategy and coming up with a plan. If you're more on building out content like videos, and video will be an opportunity, and looking at more information about how to utilize that resource so that way you can control your own frustration. Um, Certainly, one of the things I like to say is that when you do rely on AI for every aspect, then you will need to utilize it in all levels. And so you want to just still again keep that human in mind and using it as more of like a thought partner or just a resource to help in identifying what your end goal is from that input, so that way you are more satisfied on the output and you can build upon it. Was there a question?
Yeah, she asked which one of these applications are free. Like, do you need a subscription or can you just sign in with an email address? Like, how do they access the information for free?
So most of them do have free versions. They are limited because there is a benefit of increasing access by subscribing and paying. Um, I did include some articles from here. I'm pretty sure, what was it? Free AI tools for charities and nonprofits. This is an opportunity so you can see more information about that. But most of them, they do, it's essentially like a trial, or it will be timed out. So you, or for example, ChatGPT, I think you can ask like 3 questions within a certain time frame, and then they'll say like, okay, you'll have until tomorrow 11:59 before you can utilize it again. And so with that, you have to be really intentional what you're asking, so that way it's not you're running out of time, or whatever you're doing is time sensitive. And certainly, you don't have to do everything on the spot. You can, like, I love to write. And so I may write things out in my own notepad, or even my type things out on my computer. And then if I know that these are some questions that I want to build upon, then I can go into my chat GPT or AI of choice, and then put those questions in later on. Thank you for that question.
Monet, I'm gonna give you a 2-minute warning. Sorry, I know your phone's not on, so I do it verbally.
It's okay. I think we're just about done.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So the highlight I want to discuss right now is the prompting. So what you put in the AI of choice will best determine on what the output will be. And so here is an example, and right here is an article as well on templates that you can just adapt for your maximized prompt usage. So you want to make sure that you're being specific. One of the things that I personally like to do is tell my AI how to behave. Like, hey, you are a manager of a retail store. This is the challenge. And I want you to do this and use this particular language. So you provide the context, and then you use clear language as much as possible to explain. So, for example, input would be create a brief, friendly reminder. A friendly email reminding the team about the project deadline on August 15th. So we know that it's time bound. We want them to know when the date is. This is going to be a friendly email, so I'm not using assertive language. I just want everyone to be aware and reminding you in that this is a project and it's really important. So from that example in the output, it's building it out as if it's the email. So every email you need a subject, and it says reminder, project deadline on August 15th. A greeting, hi everyone, just a quick reminder that the deadline for the project is on August 15th. Let me know if you have any questions, thanks. If you're interacting with this tool often, it might even put in your name. Or, for example, when we mentioned about not having personal identifiable information, there'll be brackets that says insert your name, email, contact information. And that is about it. Please take this time to reflect on one or two things that you can take away from this session about utilizing AI for technical assistance. And in any burning questions that you do have, I do encourage you to engage with our MissionFilled website, so that way you can put that information and we can make sure that we are incorporating that into the course. That'll be released soon. So video requests, particular tools of usage, a section specifically on free resources, and so forth.
All right. Well, thank you, Monet. Everybody, let's give her a round of applause for teaching us about AI tech and the irony of all the technical things that happen during this time is awesome beauty. And we heard from Unia Labs, who also provides technical assistance as well. So the connectivity is there. And I would just share, if you have not noticed, what Monet had used was she used her course to kind of show and walk through her presentation, which was different from the others who used PowerPoint. So this is just a taste and example of what it will look like when you experience going through the courses that we'll be releasing in January 1st of 2026. And so AI Tech 101, everyone, that is a taste of that. And so that again will be available January 2026 on the 1st. And also, I'm thinking, we're building a community. So I provide consulting for a few churches in the room. We had about maybe 8 churches mentioned. So I worked with some of you all on consulting projects, but I will share resources, I'll create resources, or I will see you as a resource when I would meet with a nonprofit like CASA or United Way. So I found the need to put it all in one space. So that's what MissionFilled is. It's putting it all in one space and then allowing you also to contribute to things that you learn, but also access content that we might share outside of our meeting, like grants or research or more. And so, or technology and software. So you'll find more things that she didn't even talk about in the database currently as well. But we're also next year, we're bringing in people like Reggie Dodd to talk more about live streaming, so they can be a resource for your project. Or if you're a leader with a mission, we want to get you on our podcast to share your story as a resource for others on how to work together with other leaders and so forth. So hope that makes sense. That's why we're excited, and that's why we have this conference today. And so next, I'm going to have Lisa come up.
Yeah, we're kind of doing a little role reversal this time. Adam closed out that speaker, and I'm going to be introducing Rita, who will be moderating a panel. And so Rita Lamoro has been a good friend of mine for a long time. She's the one that connected me with Adam, so I appreciate that relationship very much. But Rita has her own consulting business, and she helps people in the community. She has a passion for nonprofit, And so you will see her all over the place having coffee with somebody helping them write a grant, build their business plan, whatever it takes. But she's very knowledgeable. She has been with Rotary for not Rotary, well, yes, for Rotary for a long time, and they also do a lot of nonprofit work. But Rita, come on up. Get ready to introduce your panel. Tell them all the wonderful things about you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Lisa is one of the most knowledgeable people I know. So I'm going to introduce the panel in a second here. And what I want to do with this is you have been building for the last, since 9 a.m. this morning, you're building a toolkit. You're building your knowledge. You're building your toolkit. So what we're doing next is we're going to tell you about how to get the funding, where the funding is, best practices, little advice on funding. Because I have 3 amazing ladies coming up here to help us. But when you're thinking about this, think about our next session too, because Lisa is going to help you put all these pieces together. So since 9 a.m., you've learned about data and research, budgets, grant writing, marketing, AI tools. You're learning how to tell your story, how to tell your mission, how to take it out in the community. Now we're going to learn about funding sources, how to talk to funders. But then when we get done with this, Lisa's going to put it all together in a plan with you. So that's what we're building towards. So I have 3 ladies that I have great respect for. They all are amazing. I've learned so much from them. And we'll start with Tony. You want to come up first, Tony? All right. Tony Glasgow is one of the biggest volunteers in the city, the city. She's on boards. She's on anything. She's actually on the MissionFilled board. Yeah, and so, aren't you on this board? I don't think so. Okay. Not yet. You're probably on the board as much as I am. Adam I keep saying I'm not on the board, but and I get invited to everything. So, but Tony has been with LCC, a big part of Lansing Community College, ensuring people get equitable college careers and degrees, but she also is here for the community. So anything else you want to share? Okay, she's amazing. Now we have Kelly. You want to come up next? All right. Kelly Etchison. You have a hyphenated name, right? Ellsworth Etchison. I was combining them. Thank you. Kelly has been with LAFCU for years. She's a community volunteer too. Amazing, incredible. All 3 of these women are the smartest ladies I know. But Kelly also does a lot with national African American groups, and she's just an amazing woman. And then, anything else you want to share about you? Has Adam made you join boards too? Yeah. All right, and our third person is Michelle. And Michelle Stratz, she is from United Way of South Central Michigan. And Michelle has been a great mentor to mine. All 3 of these ladies are mentors of mine. But Michelle helps the community find funding. She also helps with equitable education with the Capital Area College Access Network. And actually, while we're building this, I know with Dr. Chase, we talked about the grants, and I mentioned I was building a grant toolkit is for one of Michelle's projects I'll be working on for her. So they're all here to help us today. So thank you for coming. Okay, watch as I climb up on this chair, okay, I'm up. I know. Yeah, I'm awful with high chairs because I'm so short. Okay, so we've talked about all the parts to put together for funding. Now we're going to talk about how do you tell your story to funders, and how does that mission speak to them? And I want to talk. I asked you on the questions I sent you. I put, what speaks to your heart when you say funding the mission? And so we want to know what speaks to any of your hearts about funding the mission. Who wants to go first? I don't know. You guys.
So I can go first, and I want to make it clear that it's not just about funding. It's not just about money. It's time, talent, and treasure. And I have been trying to process not quite knowing who's in the room. I think when hands were raised, we saw people who already have nonprofits, people who want nonprofit to start nonprofits. So putting my LCC hat on, that isn't what we do, not in terms of funding. There are things that we can do, but it would be working in partnership with United Way, CAP-CAN, LAFQ. It would be in partnership working with MissionFilled. But when it comes to funding, Rita, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. My passion for the mission, my passion is education. So my passion is, how can I work with Lansing Promise, for example, to make sure that anyone who has a mission that aligns with Lansing Promise is involved in what we need in order to make sure that the Lansing Promise Zone has what they need. That's my passion. So I'm dealing more with organizations. Personally, I deal with individuals through my church, Mount Hope, through my relationships, Adam. I am looking to see how can I personally fulfill my passion of giving back into areas that have a focus on education. So that's me professionally and then me personally.
I love that. I want to just, by show of hands, who all want money? We got 2 hands back there. Why? 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 You want to help others. I asked that question because we all want money, but we don't always know really the why behind why we want money. And if you don't understand your why, we heard about just a moment ago storytelling. If you don't understand your why, you can get money, perhaps, but can you keep money? And so it's not about just funding your mission, it's about sustaining your mission. And so that's what, when you're approaching funders, be mindful of that, because there's a thing called impact statement that after you get the funding, the funder want to know, how did that money help you? How can you remain sustainable? Because sometimes that funding, you can't apply for it again for that same mission. And so do you go to that funder for something else separate from what you initially went to them for? And then what was that impact from what they gave you before? How were you? So I work for LAFQ, and I work for LAFQ, been there, as Rita said, a long time, 37 years. We have a foundation that we just started. Okay. My friend here, Josh, he's exploding because I know he's going to be our biggest testimony. I already know, because he himself could be up here on this panel, I'm going to just tell you.
Amen.
And maybe he's been in years past. I don't know. But if he hasn't, he should. Because what he's doing in the community, talking about impact, sustainability, can be able to go to funders repeatedly and have on various things, because understanding his why is paramount. And it's not just on paper. It's not ChatGPT telling you what your why is. if you live your why, people see that. They see that authentic self being reflected through your why. If it's just regurgitated to you through ChatGPT, then it's not yours, and it's going to come through clear. So that's what I would say. Understand why you want money, be able to articulate why you want money, be able to tell your story of how that money impacted your mission, and how are you going to be sustainable? Because that money, that funding, is not your sustainability. So that is what I would say. And I should say, Stable Communities Foundation is the name of our foundation, if I didn't say it already. And the mission really is, we have this whole mission statement, about, food insecurities and housing and all of that, but really and truly, if I want to just sum up what our mission is with Stable Communities Foundation, brand new foundation, it is in the name, stabilizing communities, is what I will say.
That was great. Thank you, both of you. So I've been reflecting a lot in the last few weeks about our federal budget, obviously. I'm sure others have been as well. We're not going to get into too much politics here, but I would say that when we go through the process of appropriations at the federal, state, or local level, that's a statement of our priorities and our values. And obviously, right now I'm feeling like our values are kind of lopsided, at least on the governmental side of the fence. So it's an opportunity for us at the community to right side a little bit. So I will say that for me, I'm a professional advocate for children and families. That's what I've spent my whole career doing. And so since I've come to United Way, I've been a little bit on the other side of the table in terms of giving money to nonprofit organizations. And what I see, and it's a little bit of what you were sort of alluding to, Kelly, is people just chasing money, right? And when you're chasing money, you get off mission and you get off your values. And so it's really important as you are thinking about coming and meeting with any one of us for funding opportunities, whether it's a grant or a sponsorship or a contribution, that you, as you said, sort of know your why, know what your core values are, be able to tell that story to all of us as you're either talking to us and building relationship with us, or as you're writing it in a grant application, that you really reflect on those things that you believe are the core of your mission. And it's also important for you to have a plan. One of my little tips that I give people when I do trainings on grant writing is, come up with maybe 4 or 5 concept papers. And if you're aligned with your values and with your mission, you should be able to adapt those 4 concept papers for just about any funder that aligns with your mission as you go forward. And so I've probably been writing the same kind of grants for the Capillary College Access Network, which I run, for the past 10 years, because they're always going to have a variations on the theme. So, little tip for you, write up a couple concept papers. You could use that Chat GPT to do that. But make sure it's really values aligned as you go forward.
Amen. Thank you. And so I know I gave you guys some questions, but because we're all building on this, I've actually been writing down the words that you've all said. So, and it comes down to you all have mentioned funding maybe once, each of you. The words you have been saying are why, impact, authentic, passion, story, sustainability, stability, consistent, values, and plan. That, if you have all of that, that's when you get the funding. And that's what it leads to. So in leading this, we have the MissionFilled is bringing nonprofits and churches and community together. How would you, if you were to write a grant yourself, how would you write the grant to bring all of those entities together, churches, nonprofits? Because churches sometimes have a hard time telling their story. They know what their mission is, they know what the values are, but how do they tell the story of helping people? I guess, how would you go again on that?
Let me go first.
It wasn't a very clear question.
No,
but
it's really a great question,
Okay,
Rita.
thanks.
It really is. And I wanted to contract Rita, but the foundation got to her before I could.
I still am available. Well, I'm helping Michelle, but I'll help any of you.
At LCC. Well, actually, you turned me down because I gave you the scope of work, and you said, I'd rather do this.
I'm sorry.
And no, that's all right. Here's my point. She's in demand. That's my point. And how would I write a grant? And we've written these grants. I think it was Lisa, or it may have been Michelle. We have to collaborate. We have to. And at LCC, we write plenty of grants because we need the funding in order to assist the community. And so any grant that we write, Capital Area Michigan Works is part of that grant. We cannot do all of the training, and not everything is for credit. Capital Area Michigan Works will always include LCC as a possible trainer. Why? Because all of our training is not for a credential or a degree. We don't do GED programming, so we rely on Capital Area Michigan Works. Michelle will always be at the table. Michelle is responsible for supporting students. Enrollment is a big deal for colleges and universities. 87% of the Lansing Promise students come to LCC. And Michelle, CapCan, United Way, they support that happening. Kelly is always on my speed dial. She has served on our LCC Foundation Board. She has assisted me in a lot of different areas. LAFQ is probably the biggest sponsor when you go to any kind of activity and event, and they can sponsor things that I can't. It is a lot different when you are a public, nonprofit, educational institution as opposed to a foundation. And so what you're hearing is any grant that we're writing, we're making sure that all of the players in the community, including the churches, but listen to what I'm saying. And I bent Josh's ear today, and I continue to bend Mount Hope's ear. Can we work together? Because we cannot sponsor and support every single church, but we can support a collaborative. And everybody's name don't have to be on whatever the thing is. Lisa said, I believe, or Michelle may have said, whatever you're doing, the first thing I'm going to ask you is who else is doing it? And are they doing it better? And is their vision different? And why can't we collaborate? Nobody else is doing what CASA is doing. And so I support personally CASA. Nobody else is doing what Adam is doing. I'm going to be quiet. Go on, Kelly. Can you tell? This is my soapbox.
Listen, I'm going to just say what the young kids say, period. If I didn't want to mess up the sound, people, I'd just drop the mic. Because you did it. It is coalition, building that coalition, and I'm still learning all the things that Adam is doing through MissionFilled. But I love it. I met Adam years ago when I was on the Lansing Promise Board with Tony, and Adam just quietly reached out to me and said, like, let's talk. That's how I met Adam. The board was big. If you've been on a community board, a nonprofit community board, they're large. They're large intentionally because they're trying to tap into what Tony said earlier about the treasure of that entity, of who you know in your sphere of influence. Yes. And so if we're writing a grant, we're doing all the things that Rita had listed. It's all of those things. Like, how do we really tell that story of what it is we need the money for and who we are trying to help in the community? And so while the foundation has been our foundation, Stable Communities Foundation, and let me just tell you about since we're talking about, this is a Christian-based organization, so I'm gonna talk about God for a second here. So when we created this foundation at LAFQ, it really was about how do we help people of modest means. And so credit unions were created back in the 1800s for that very purpose. And it hasn't changed. That very purpose was to help people of modest means. And back then, in those days, because there weren't cars, right? In those days, it wasn't about helping someone get a home that financial institutions have evolved into. It was about helping people get household goods. How do they get something to sit their bottoms on? Farm equipment. Speaking of farm equipment, LAFQ, we were started, we'll be 90 years old in February, and we were started by 10 folks at Oldsmobile factory, not to get a car in 1936, but to pull their monies together to help one of their fellow coworkers buy a cow. And that's, so if you see us out in the community and you see our mascot, Laffy, out in the community, Laffy's a cow. That's our roots, Oldsmobile. And so telling our story, writing a grant is really about who are we aligning with and what is that mission to help. So I'm gonna pick on Josh again. So Josh, LMTS. So for those of you that's not familiar with LMTS, Larry Mitchell Trice Sr., through Tabernacle of David, Josh is doing great work, feeding our community. Powerful. He's aligned with partners in our community that can bring in that food. I started just going as a volunteer. Josh see me coming, hey, Blue Coat, that's what he calls me. That's my nickname. So another story. Won't get into why he calls me that, but Blue Coat. And I just started volunteering. And so Josh told me one day his vision. We talking, what's your vision? What you want? What else you want to do? He wants to get a refrigerated truck to be able to take into the community more often than his Fresh Food Fridays. I said, okay, we got a foundation. We have not even marketed that foundation. Now, I'm a chief marketing officer, so I know about marketing for LAFQ. That's my role at LAFQ. Chief marketing officer and chief diversity officer. Those are my titles at LAFQ. That's what I do for LAFQ. And so we haven't even marketed that foundation yet, intentionally. Haven't done a press release, have it sitting. It's written, but have it sitting. The next thing you know, we're just issuing out grants. We just started in June, and we've issued out $250,000 in grants to our community partners. I'm not saying that to boast, but I'm just saying that Josh, we're having a conversation. He's telling me what his passion is. I am seeing his passion.
Yep.
I am there, witnessing it, boots on the ground, seeing his impact. I want to be part of that impact. I said, we got a foundation, write a grant. I go back, I don't know, a month later, I'm volunteering. What did I say to you, Josh, about the grant? What did I say? Where's the grant? Where's the grant? So we're doing that. So he's not even chasing. So when you're not chasing money,
There you go. There you go.
and funders see your mission, money will find you.
Sure will.
He didn't come chasing me for money. He came in to talk to me about that, and then what else you got? What else are you doing? And he's doing lots through LMTS. But I saw something else that really spoke to my heart that's coming up on December 6th, Pay My Bills event. I'm like, what did you do? Last year, they had a goal of 20,000. They end up surpassing that and helping people with small bills, bringing their utility bills. And they surpassed it, did 26,000. I said, write a grant. We're tripling that. December 6th. Money will find you if you are real, you believe in it, you doing the work, and people are seeing your impact. Dreams are great because everything starts with a dream. But how do you, what happens when you awake from that dream? Then what do you do? So that's how you write the grant. So if I'm writing a grant for Stable Communities Foundation, that's how I'm doing. I'm not going to just tell them the dream. I'm going to, when I'm awake now, how am I going to live that dream? What am I going to do with that?
Okay,
There you
now
go,
how do I
Michelle.
follow up on that? Yeah, okay. So I already have an idea, and this is why it's so important to be at tables with one another. So first of all, I will say that if your congregation is not participating in the various community coalitions that we have on a whole number of issues, from housing to food instability to childcare to human services, get somebody at that table, right? And that's one of the things I love about Adam is at a lot of those tables, right?
Yep.
And he can bring that information back to all of you. But there's nothing that replaces the people that are in the community also being at those tables. Because I, of course, like to think of myself as an advocate, but I'm not necessarily living the life of someone that needs utility assistance, right? So be at those tables or get some representation of the faith community at those tables. And quite honestly, that's often a group that's missing from our tables. And I know, being I'm raised Catholic, that there's a huge infrastructure of health and human services in my faith community, right? To the point now where it's so secularized, it's kind of lost its identity. But I want to make sure that all people of faith have a chance to be at the table. So that's the one thing. But the other thing, as you were talking about what you were doing, I'm like, well, are you aware of the fact that United Way runs the Program Assistance Center, which provides utility assistance to families? Right? So those are the kinds of things that now we can cross-fertilize with each other.
Right.
Because we've had conversation.
Exactly.
And so, you know, we've all said this in different ways, but the relationships that you develop with all of the funders are more important than even the grant that you submit, right? So, you know, I have at least 3 nonprofit coalitions that are planning to come to United Way to submit a grant proposal, because we've been sitting together, talking with one another, and planning together for a few years now. And they're finally ready to actually bring that grant to United Way. So that's the kind of partnership and relationship that I think we all want to foster with you as we move forward. And it's exciting to hear what you're all doing. And I'll be honest that the secular fund development community doesn't always want to fund things from religious communities. And that's why I'm grateful that United Way is willing to you know, provide that opportunity for many of you as we go forward. So I'll stop there.
Now you see why Adam had all 3 of these ladies talk. Thank you. So in this section, I summed it up with relationships, partnerships, collaborative, and collective. So working together and knowing people and being at the table. And Adam tells me I have 1 minute. So
1 minute.
1 minute.
At least.
So what we got to do is we got to get Lisa up here in a minute. She's going to pull you all together to get your action plans, your goals. She's going to bring it all to fruition. And I'll tell you, just to sum up all of what you've all said. So, Tony, I think you're the one that taught me time, talent, treasure. So I have learned, without even knowing it, I have given Adam Williams and MissionFilled my time, talent, and treasure. So when I met him 2 years ago, I said, Adam, I don't do churches. I said, that's the one area I go to church is my 1 hour meditation time to take care of me. I will take care of the world the rest of the time, but that 1 hour is for me. So next thing I know, I'm learning all about churches. And I'm learning all about how they work. And he's like, no, I got this thing. You're nonprofits, and I need your help, and I know about churches, and I need you, so I'm giving my time. Okay, and then next thing he goes, I need help with a nonprofit. I need help with a board. I'm like, okay, now I'm giving my talent. And then last night, I saw the QR code, and he's talking about money, and I'm showing the money thing out there. I'm like, dude, I'm giving him money now, too. I'm like, but it's all, I'm like, okay, so suddenly I'm doing churches. And then I'm like, I got this whole church secretary gig and because my church needed me. And I was sent to my church this spring because they needed me, because they needed my special skills. And so I gave my church my time, so now I'm doing churches because of Adam Williams. But I will tell you, he brings everybody in the room, and we're all here on a Saturday, and I don't do Saturdays for anybody. That's my day. Besides my 1 hour lunch, my Saturdays, but I will give it to this cause. And so that's what they're all saying, is that you start with that passion, that driven, and we're all good together. Any last things before Adam kicks us off?
I'll make it short. We tell our story at LCC, but it's amazing how many people don't know our story. We're not just about the LCC Foundation. The scholarship application process just opened up, and I have to work really, really hard to get people to apply for my parents' scholarship. We give $1,000 away. That's me personally. I shouldn't have to work that hard. People don't utilize our Small Business Development Center. I was so glad to hear that come up this weekend. That's federal money that we receive. We are required to do workshops on everything that we've talked about today. That's why I'm saying it's not just about the money. It's also about the knowledge that you need in order to do what you feel you've been called to do. And so please, go to our website, tap into the resources. We are the community's college, Lansing Community College.
And thank you, Tony. I will just add, I brought with me copies of the grant information for our grant that's open right now and due on December 18th. So I put a bunch of materials over on the table over there, so I'll add that to the table. But happy to talk with anybody as well who might be interested in applying for a grant.
And I can't talk quick, so what these ladies said.
All right, thank you, all three of you. I appreciate it. It's been an honor. So we're going to hand it over to Lisa, and she's going to give us toolkits to walk home with and passion and prayer to walk home with. Right? Well, you're not going to walk home. Hopefully you have a car and driving home, but if not, we'll give you a ride. All right, Lisa, take it away.
All right. Whew, it's been a big day. It's been a big day, and there's been a lot of information going on. But we don't want this information to go to waste. So when we were talking about, let's see, Paul, were you talking about our tagline or our in our branding? My branding is creating positive change in the world, coaching and training others to achieve their definition of success. Just your success is defined differently than mine, and I utilize coaching and training to do a lot of those resources. So when Adam and I were talking, we talked about a couple of things, and he was, how do we put this into action? How do we have goals? And Kelly was talking about dreaming. Goals help you turn those dreams into reality. It's setting an intention. It's being specific. It's making your GPS, if you will, right? When we want to go somewhere, we plug into our GPS, hey, where do we need to go? And it gives us turn by turn how we're going to reach that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the goals, but then I'm also going to kind of exercise that, work with this room on what that might look like if you were in a relationship with any type of coach. So first we want to talk about, where do I even begin? Where do I begin? And it starts with a mind map. You've got probably some sheets of notes that you've taken. You've got all this additional information in your head. So then you just start kind of word vomiting onto a sheet of paper. And you just start getting everything out of your head onto paper. So when I take a look at some of my mind mapping, y'all wouldn't want to be in my mind. It's a little crazy up there sometimes. But what I start But what I start thinking about are all the things that I want to do. I know, I don't have this. We talked about budget. So, okay, we got budget, right? We think we got all these things we need to do with our budget. We talked about branding and marketing, right? We've got a brand, we've got a market, we've got branding and marketing that we've got to think about. Who are we? What is my plan? And I'm going to tell you, no judgment on spell check, because when I'm talking, writing, and thinking, I don't spell correctly, right? But who are we? We've got to come up with our mission statement. We've got to come up with that. Maybe part of it is creating a business plan. So as you can see, you start taking all of this information and you start jotting it down, jotting it down, jotting it down. There's a big connection. I've never studied the brain before, but I do know that there is a big connection between actually physically your brain and writing things down. So we need to get it out of our head and onto paper. There are statistics that show people with written goals are 37% more likely to achieve them. Written goals with accountability is between that 73-74% more likely to achieve them. So it's important to not only write them down, but share them. When we were talking about the budgeting, I know many people that create a budget for their grant, for their business plan, and then they tuck it away. They don't look at it. You should be looking at that frequently. So anyways, what I usually do is I start writing down all this stuff in my head that I want to accomplish. I have an 8-foot whiteboard in one of my offices. That thing gets filled up. And quite often I'll meet with people and we'll go and we'll fill it up with your stuff, right? What do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish? But this is too much, right? We're one person. This is too much. How am I going to get it done? We got to prioritize it. We have to put it in steps. What are the most important things that you can do for your nonprofit, your church, yourself, right? We got to put self-care in there, an element of self-care, because if we're not running on all cylinders, we're not going to be able to accomplish these things that we want to accomplish. So depending on what you wrote down today, you would start prioritizing these things. If you don't have a business plan, maybe that's one of your priorities, is creating a business plan. But underneath that is steps. So I'm going to say right here, just as an example, business plan. Well, what do I need to do? Oh, I could meet with SBDC. I could take advantage of all of their free services that they offer. You're going to be surprised at how much stuff is out there to utilize at your fingertips that don't cost anything. So we can go to SBDC and we can utilize their resources. So once we visit with them, we need to set some time aside to write the business plan. So maybe you're going to time block to plan that. When am I going to do that? For the business plan, once you have that rough draft, maybe you run it by somebody as a second set of eyes. Go back to SBDC. Meet with a friend. Meet with somebody that might have some experience. Because when you're writing the business plan, this will even break down further. It's applying for your LLC. It's applying for a 501c3. So all of these things start breaking down. And we just start looking at prioritizing. How do we make this a reality? And when you're a dreamer, you can't just think about what the next 30 days looks like. You want to think long-term, sustainability, growth, Most businesses, I don't know what the nonprofit status is, but most businesses fail after 3 years. And most of the time it's because they don't have a solid plan, they don't have the funding, they don't have, the whole lots of don'ts. When you create your goals, you're going to set yourself up for success to go beyond those 3 years, to be sustainable, to be relevant. AI, I'm telling you, you want to stay relevant, we have to get ahead of it. So if you've not done anything with AI, that may be one of your goals. What am I going to do with AI? How am I going to use it? But it helps us to stay ahead. We can start thinking of people that went before us. We want to honor their legacies, but build the future. And so relevancy is key. So if you had a plan 5 years ago, revisit it. Things have changed. Your car's changed just in the last 5 years. I was in Texas last week. They're like, ooh, you gonna ride in one of them driverless cars? I'm like, no. You go right ahead. And then heard a story because it was pouring down rain, the sensors got messed up, so people were trapped in this car for 4 hours on an overpass, trying to call Uber to get them out of there. I'm like, not ready. Just not ready. Just not. So the goals that we set, our goals are a result. Our goals are a result. And most often we forget the most important element, the action steps to get there. How are we going to achieve this? When we start thinking about, maybe you want to raise $10,000 for your nonprofit. I'm just throwing numbers out there. Some people want to raise $100,000, but others hear that number and they're like, that's too intimidating for me. So we're just going to say you want to raise $10,000 for your nonprofit. That's your goal. That's your goals. What do you need to do? I want to hear from you guys. Shout out. What are some of the things you need to actually physically do, the action steps to raise $10,000? Oh, talk about it. What else? What else do we got to do? Absolutely not. Identify the donors. Who will give you that money? What else do we need to do? What's your competition doing? Very good. What else? To raise $10,000. What else do we got to do? We got to ask. We got to look at our competition. We got to make a list of who we want, we think will donate. Promote. Write a good grant. We got to promote. But all of these things are the action steps that you need to do. So when we start thinking about setting our goals, we've set our intention, we set our goal, we identify what we want to do, now we have to move. And I have to tell you, that's where most people fail. Most people fail in the steps, in the action items. And they're wondering, why don't I have $10,000? Well, you know what? Once you identify your donors, you got to reach out to them. You got to pick up the phone and call them. Email is white noise. Stuff gets lost in emails, if it even makes it through, right? So we have to pick up the phone and call, or text. Depends on your audience. Know your audience and who you're asking for. Maybe if you want to speak with somebody at LAFQ, or you want to speak with somebody at a larger organization, you're not going to get to the decision maker first. You're going to go through the ranks. You're going to find somebody that knows somebody that can connect you there, make nice with their director of first impressions or whoever's their gatekeeper. So it's a process, and we have to embrace the process. But if we don't have a plan, we're not going to get there. There's all types of goal-setting tools out there. You can even ask ChatGPT to write your goal plan for you. But the biggest, most important thing that you need to remember is, well, a couple of things. Whatever tool you'll use is the tool that will work. Whatever tool you choose, it'll only work if you use it. So that's the right tool for you. The second thing is your purpose. If your reason why, if your desire and your drive to collect that $10,000 is not clear and meaningful, you'll find every justification as to why you don't have to take your steps. So we want to be able to have that accountability. We want to have the purpose that's going to fuel us enough to do the actions, the mundane, the boring actions sometimes that needs to happen to get what we want. What thoughts or questions do we have on goal setting, identifying the goals? Yes, Sarah. Absolutely. In sales, we teach people to put a mirror either on their computer if they're doing calls, and looking at their computer, but we have them put a mirror. Are you smiling? Are you checking? Thank you, Sarah. What other questions on goals? How many of you have started doing any planning sessions for 2026 and established your goals for 2026? Couple hands that go up. Very good. January 1 is too late. We already started 2026. Going back to people, you need to know your sales cycle. You need to know your closing cycle. You need to understand, because your activities in November may be that January income paycheck result that you're looking for. So we always want to keep that momentum going. So that's really important. So look at your goals, 3 to 5 max. Anything more than that, it's too much to do, right? It's gonna distract us. Recognize what the priorities are. If you only get these 3 things done this year in 2026, does that cover success for you? What are the action steps? Sometimes we try things, we take actions and they don't work, right? That's okay. That's okay. Go to plan B. Take another, just don't scratch that goal off your chart because it didn't work this time. It's really important that you evaluate and readjust. So when you write your goals or you do a business plan for the year, look at it, assess it, evaluate. But don't just write them down once and then take off running. Is this still a priority? Does this still matter? Did I get it done? I got it done, right? We get to celebrate, move forward. The other element that Adam wanted me to talk about is peer coaching. One-on-one coaching is great. When you start thinking of nonprofit, you thinking of the bottom line, sometimes we can't afford to get into a one-on-one coaching program. I conduct peer coaching programs. I have young professional group coaching calls because he's like, have you ever coached peers? I'm like, well, yes. The one thing I love about them, it's a little more of a loose program, right? But we'll have 4 to 6 people on a call. Some of them are in the same industry. Some of them are way different. But we always think about, what are your goals? What are the action steps you need to complete in the next 30 days? Because we meet once a month. How are you going to get there? So once that's established, we always focus on the next call. What worked? What went well? What worked? We want to be able to celebrate the small wins, because sometimes they are a small win. Where do you need to change your focus? Right? Another good way of saying what didn't work. What didn't work. And then we collaborate. Big fan of collaboration. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, that's so important. I will have people that are in the same industry talk about, hey, have you tried this? This works for me. Have you tried this? It works for me. So it's coming together, and that's where the groups are so important, because they will learn things from each other. And they will try something new that worked that I might not have thought of. I've got clients that are doctors. I've never even pretended to play a doctor on TV. And it's not that I know how to doctor. I know how to ask some pretty good questions most of the time, right? And yet, if you're looking for a peer group, I don't see Adam in here, but I know that he's got a monthly, I think it's the fourth Monday of the month group call. Adam, the fourth Monday of the month at 1 p.m. Currently, well, because we're gonna collaborate. We're gonna collaborate. Adam and I are. So in this group call, he already has it set. What is that called? It is the Churches and Charity Call, fourth Monday of the month at 1 o'clock. You can find out how to log into that with Adam. But it's a great opportunity to spend 15 minutes on that call. What's working? What's not working? Where do I need to focus? Hey, have you tried this? And it's important to interview your coach. I'm not for everybody, right? Just like your services might not be for everybody. That's why we have different churches to go and try out. Some people just don't connect and click with others. So as you're thinking about, I need that accountability because they're 70%, 74% more likely to achieve that goal, what does that look like? And I'm here to tell you, your sister, your spouse, your best friend, they're not the right ones for you, because they're going to say, oh, you're so handsome. It's okay. It's okay you didn't do what you said you wanted to do. We don't want that. We want somebody that's going to hold our feet to the fire. And you can have people that are jerks that will hold your feet to the fire, and you want to just prove them wrong, or you're like, I get this a lot. Oh, I hurried up and got my stuff done because I didn't want to disappoint you on the call. I'm like, no, this is about you. I'm your partner in this, but don't do it for me. Do it for yourself. So we want to make sure we're doing it for all the right reasons. We're picking the right tools, and we're looking at the right people to do it, to partner with. And if something doesn't work, just don't stop. Figure out a different plan and what that looks like. So I don't know how I'm doing for time. Adam, how are we doing for time? I have 5 minutes. So I would like to know what questions might you have around goal setting, around maybe what you've heard today that you have additional questions if we don't have the answers for, we can find, or coaching. What do we got? Questions? How do I help people find their passion? There's this amazing book that was written called Suma the Elephant, and it is a tool, but you'll understand why. Suma the elephant, and I'm going to give it away, was kidnapped. Baby elephant, the monkeys went into their parents' lair or whatever, kidnapped the elephant, tied it with a string to a tree. And then those monkeys threw coconuts on it, said, you're just a pet, you're never going to be free, you're just a pet, you're just a pet. Well, as elephants do, they grow into this magnificent, magnificent beast. But Suma was still tied to the tree with a string, right? I'll never be free, you're just a pet. And that's the thinking, that's the programming. So we start looking at how do we reframe the programming? How do we identify what's that string that's preventing you from your passion, maximizing your potential, being the best version of yourself? And once we identify that string, how do we rewrite our story to be who we want to be? And it's through questioning. It's through identifying, what are you passionate about? When you lose track of time, what are you doing? But sometimes we have to change our programming. What else do we have? Yes, sir.
Quick question. It's been resonating with me for a minute, and so I wanted to kind of plate this. Because this is a churches and charity event for ministry support, there is some taboo things that when it comes down to churches and ministry, as far as scripture or the taboo of scriptures, as far as mixing church and state. And see if we can demystify that about getting the support, because some people are afraid to mix these things, thinking this is mixing those two things instead of supporting the things that you need that is readily out there and available.
So how
to demystify it and to make sure that we're not kind of basically killing our drive or our passions or our what God has given us to do as far as getting the resources to do those things, and cutting it off, saying because it's mixing too many entities that are based either in church and state or secular, as we like to say sometimes. And
Absolutely.
So how do we kind of demystify that and kind of split those things so we understand the resources are out there. It is our God-given ability, and God owns everything. And so if we go out to get those resources, if we're applying them for the glory of God, then how are we to demystify this? Because I know this has been a big thing. I've heard this at a lot of churches that don't have resources, and they struggle with this thing all the time, saying, well, I don't want to go into that because it's federal and they control your entities of what you can do at your church or what you can say or how you can present it. So I'm just looking for things that can demystify that so we can kind of move forward, because this is a resource. This is a gold mine of information, and I believe education begets education.
I think you're absolutely right. It's getting educated and having education on the offers that are out there, the resources out there. And I wouldn't have my business if it wasn't for the glory of God. And because I own my business, I promote that. But I work with a lot of people that can't do that because of fear. Fear they're going to get fired. Fear they're going to be dismissed from their jobs. Fear the government's going to come in and take over. But we have to stand on faith over fear, not to be a cliche. Where in Scripture does it say, or what is God telling you during your prayer time about going to some of these things and doing what you're doing? And I could, if this was a secular meeting, I could stand up here today and I could do a training, a teaching, or something, and without fail, people will say, you're a Christian, aren't you? Because it's in my actions and it's in my deeds. I'm going to go here and then Michelle.
To answer your question, one of the things that I did, I set up a meeting with the mayor, the city council, all of them come into a church. I invited as many pastors within the Lansing area to come in there, and we had probably about 60 or 70 people, and everything shifted. You got more of the ministers that were in committees and things for the city, but they weren't there before. So now a lot of them are going after that funds.
There's a lot of secret Christians that are in the Capitol. Just saying. Just saying.
To your point, there are different liaisons at federal, state, and local levels that are specifically assigned to be a liaison with the faith community. So I'm glad that you brought up the Lansing Pastors Network. There's a faith-based office at the state of Michigan, and obviously there's a faith-based liaison at the federal level as well. And, in case you didn't know, communities of faith have been delivering health and human services since the beginning of time, right? And there are legal ways to do that. And so those liaisons are the kind of people that can help explain it to folks, provide training, technical assistance, examples of opportunities, and then talk about those challenges that come with having a relationship with government. And it is a relationship, right? So I hope people will take advantage of those liaison offices that are available in just about every governmental setting.
Well, and I think that's finding out where they are. Like, there's some group that meets across the street from the Capitol every Wednesday at 11 o'clock and prays. I mean, I didn't know that until I started trying to rustle people up to do a revival. And then there's also Thursdays at the Capitol. I have friends that are pastors, that are preachers, that go there, and I didn't know those things went on. So we have we do have to demystify, but it's through the education and the communication, get the word out. And Adam's got wonderful resources that can help us. And I'm sure if we don't know the who, he can figure it out. Am I at my time?
You are.
Thank you.
Rachel, can you give the mic to Rachel?
Rachel, I'm sorry.
But you will find all these resources in missionsfield.org because I'm a part of almost all of them. So,
can I tie this back into everything we've been talking about today? It'll be very quick. But it's, I think, really important because we struggle with this too as nonprofits. Not every funder is for you. And we just heard about this incredible new foundation, and I was listening to what those parameters were and what are you going to be focused on. That the reality is you find the funders that are for you. You find the funders that align with your values and your mission, and you make sure you align with theirs. And that is the truth in any funding situation. There is some funding that is not going to be for you. We just turned some funding down at our organization because no, I was not going to roll back on our DE&I efforts. We weren't going to do it, right? But that is our choice. That is my organization's choice. That's what we are doing, today. So when you're thinking about your why, your mission, why you're doing the work, find the funders that align with that.
Speaking of funds.
Amen. Amen.
This big old check is waiting for some organization, ministry, collaboration to get this $1,000 seed money, seed funding. So this funding is for you. So thank you, Rachel. It's for somebody. And with that, you'll find the RFP in your folder with the M on it, MF. Yes, I know, but missions filled or missions funded. And so just to quickly go over that, because we're about to come to a close and have Pastor Chase, oh my gosh, Parker. I hate when I do that. Stanley Chase, pray us out. So quickly, the focus of you can read the focus on your own leisure, but overall, the focus is to help your organization meet the spiritual and practical solutions or provide spiritual practical solutions to issues identified by community data, such as research, or information about families in need. So again, research, if you reflect on the whole portion of this day, is about utilizing all the education to build your application. And you got some heavy competition. I heard some shout outs and so, but we're gonna make sure it's fair. And the key thing of this is not just providing funding, it's also providing consultation and connectivity to partners as well as research to help you go after funding effectively. We're also on the back end, since I keep mentioning that we have like 5 grant writers on the board, so we're also looking after bigger grants that we can to collaborate on, such as the out of school time grant that's given out by the MyLeap, and other multi-thousands, almost $1 million or more grants we can go after to really help your projects still get funded despite of the capacity of your organization. Because when we partner and we collaborate, our capacity grows. My mom is right here. If y'all don't know, this is my mother. She asked the question, how do you find your passion? And that is where, for me, it all started. God told me to go to serve and volunteer like 12 years ago. And God said to do it, and I was like, I guess I like working with you. So God gave me the tools and the space to do that. So we created a passion assessment. I believe it's in our platform, but it was at the top, but I will put that back in a space that's more accessible. But that's kind of where we want people to start, is finding your passion and to find out what do you want to do, what capacity you have. There's 7 levels of charity or service that I had also created, so you can find what level you're at. And those levels shift and change. You might be at the level of just simply praying for your passion, or praying for those in need, whether it's youth, or you might be at the level of advocacy where you get to advocate, like CASA, for our youth well-being. And so that again is a way for us to help people find their passion and then find ways to apply it. And you might be willing just to donate your time or your funds, and promote other organizations like in the 517 magazine, Faith in the 517. All right, that was a plug. So eligibility, if you attended this conference or registered or you're a paid member on MissionFilled.org, the bottom line is you have to invest if you want to get a return on your investment. I think for the past 12, 13 years, I've been doing free consultation. And at some point I said, you know what, people have to start investing. So this is an opportunity to invest. Thank you. And then have a profile on MissionFilled.org. The reason why you need a profile is you got to also be able to report. So if you get the funds, also if you put your profile on the website, we also could share your proposal with others. So for example, if you have a goal to help people in need with food, if you don't get the award, we can also share their posts with other organizations and leaders and connect you with partners. And so the requirements are there. I'm not going to go through them all, but we do ask that if you do get the award, you at least not only report, but you should post a summary of up to 4 sentences of your proposal. And then once you are awarded in 2026, January, the board, actually there's a scoring rubric on the back of that application worksheet. The board members are going to go through each segment, and then you'll get a copy of the review. So give us till January to get that to you. And lastly, you'll have to sign the W-9, which is obvious. And then we get to celebrate you next year at next year's gala on October. It will be in October next year, 2026. And because of collaboration is so valuable, we're going to collaborate with the Sunday brunch that's going on tomorrow, but also with the Festival of Praise that Jonathan Crutcher puts on. So it's going to be a bigger weekend for us next year because we're going to have more capacity because of more collaboration. And so thank you all for being here. I thank each of you. Thank you to the volunteers, Kat in the back, Cassandra, and Andrea, and what was your name again? Bree. Bubbles. and all the other ones last night, there was about 10 more, so I appreciate you all, and thank you, Reggie. Thank you to the sponsors, the vendors. Thank you for taking your husband's place. Thank you to Tony and Kelly and Michelle and Rita. Been there, beyond I work with you all in so many different spaces, so I'm just grateful. I'm going to bring us all together to really focus on what I love to see is collaboration between church and state and community. And thank you all to the churches that are coming out. We want to make sure you do get connected because that's just my big heart is to sit with you all, make sure you're connected. So anybody else want to share anything? Because we're going to come to a quick close, and this is your way just to market your last pitch. Tony. Yes. For me? Okay. Oh, my total. So, and it's a delay. So it is a delay. I can pull my phone. All right, let's fill it out. That drum roll. Okay, it's loading. It says $430. I know, that's why I'm like, what? That makes no sense. Somebody got to, nah, you gonna hate. All right. What I'll do, it's on Give Butter. Oh, now it's at $5.55. So $5.55 was the last amount. So it's probably still doing back end stuff. I don't know how to give Butter. This is my first time using Give Butter, so. But it's you, and the fact that if you gave, did you make an announcement of your name too? Yes, the last person was Lisa, so it's gonna take some time. I apologize. That last night? No, Shantisha, she was here, so she gave around 3 hours, no, 4 hours, 3 hours ago. So maybe it's just take some slow time to, and yeah, it does email me. I'll have to look at that another time. So anybody else? Yep, Lisa.
So the Citywide Reviver, we're just looking for people to intercede in prayer for our city, our state, and our nation. So we're also looking for worship teams and for people that want to come and give a word. And last year it was really good. The people that attended last year, well, it was February of this year, they were really impacted by the event, and we just want to see it grow. And it's bringing everybody together. It is a collaboration of all people that come. And, you know, if you're given a message, we ask it's a biblically based message, not watered down. And then I also, used to attend Christian Business Roundtables out in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I asked how I bring them here. And so I have a Christian Business Roundtable that meets in DeWitt the fourth Wednesday of every month at 8 a.m., 1 hour. They're free. It is truly roundtable style. We talk about, you know, staffing. We talk about systems. We talk about things that can impact not only your business, but also your nonprofit. And then we do the third Thursday of the month at 9 a.m. at Consumers Credit Union. That is over on South Cedar Street. They have a community room there. So if you're interested in just coming and checking it out, it's 1 hour of your time. We open in prayer. We introduce ourselves briefly, and then we mastermind on topics and meet some great people. So thank you.
I don't usually speak at these events, so I'll be quick. I recently had an experience, and I just want to share with y'all. I've had the same friend since 4th grade. I don't know if anybody has a friend that goes back that far. And we felt really, really close until this last weekend. I tried to have her share the video that Adam made, and I realized that I was offended that she wouldn't, because it's my friend. She should just share it. But then it occurred to me, my friend is not rejecting me. She's rejecting God, and that's okay. And I'm not here to convince anybody that they have to try it my way, but that lesson taught me a lot about the marketplace and how we need to remember that we're out here serving. We're not out here for ourselves, and that's probably the biggest difference for me.
Preach. And you will hear more of her every fourth Monday, because she also facilitates our monthly meetings where we can do this again. So if you miss it, we can rejoin. Next one is November 24th. And that is also the deadline November 25th is the deadline for the grant application. I forgot to say that. Pastor, and also your friend is that the one that's missing? That's their friend. Okay. Well, we're going to ask also to pray for Cassandra's other friend. She has some news about her missing. And so, what was the friend's name? Olivia. And that news came about an hour ago. Yep, Rita. Yes, thank you, Rita. Yes, please pray for Jason Blank's family, our board member emeritus now, who was also going to share today. And I'm just trying to make, conscience of how do we celebrate him. So the last night we did the Faithful Servant Award. That was actually because I forgot to say this, but on his funeral obituaries, his frat bros, they said his name and the title is Big Brother Servant. So the irony of that within the week that this all went down, the week that I got the revelation to do it, even before his passing, and now it's like, so the Faithful Servant Award is really a dedication of Jason Blanks and his heart for charity, collaboration, and being a big servant, one of the biggest servants I know. So, all right, Dr. Chase, are you ready to pray? Oh, sorry. James? Yes. Oh.
First, I want to thank everyone who took my survey, evaluated my website. Please watch out for an email in case I reach out to you to say that you are the winner. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, James. And Tony, y'all, I love y'all. So I'm going to make sure I talk to y'all after about this, with this give butter stuff.
Hallelujah. I'm going to ask you all to stand. And I'm going to begin to pray, but I'm going to ask for one other thing. There were a lot of names that just went up that wanted to be prayed for. And I would like for all of you right now, if you have someone you want to be lifted up in prayer, please say their name. Say it out loud. Is there anyone else? and for my wife, Yvette. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today. We thank you for the heart of the people that are here, that had a heart for your people that are working in the communities, educating, assisting, lifting up, having those that are healed through the programs that they're doing. So, Father, as we move forward, I would ask that you would watch over everyone here, thanking them for coming, watching over them as they travel back home, but most importantly, speak to their hearts and speak to their minds, that you love them, you honor them, and you will protect them. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And that's a wrap.